Welcome to the Boxborough Planning Board meeting at August 4th, 2025. This meeting is being conducted via Zoom. As always, the Zoom meeting invite can be accessed following the meeting link that's on the agendas. The agenda also has a simple phone call method as well if you're just joining by telephone. So I'd like to start out by taking a roll call of board members in the order that I see you. Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz present.
Thank you. Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi present.
And Chris Dowdy. I saw you earlier.
Yep, I'm here. Dowdy present.
And Werner present. I believe Mark White is out of town this evening. So first item of business, I'd like to invite any public comment for anything that's not included on this agenda. If anyone has anything that they'd like to ask a question about or make a comment, just please make sure that it's not an agenda topic item already. So raise your hand, or else you can dial *9 on your telephones. I'm seeing Diana Lipari. If you could just give your name and address, please.
It's Diana Lipari, 394 Littlefield Road. So I'd like to make a comment about something that was discussed at the prior board meeting. The subject was touched on it briefly, but I didn't really necessarily hear a conclusion, and that's about written correspondence to the board. I have always firmly believed and tried to do it when I was chair of the board, but we had so many things going on that was not something that we could accomplish or take up. But I do believe that written public comment is the same as people standing up at a town meeting or talking at this particular in Zoom meetings. And it should be more accessible so that our fellow neighbors know what we're saying about issues. When I was on the prior building committee, I mentioned this to Les Fox, who was chair at the time, and he actually created a tab on the page for the building committee which said correspondence, and everything that came in was posted there. It has great advantage. Adam, former town planner, used to read out before every planning board meeting. He used to read out the correspondence received with the person and the date and a brief idea of what the correspondence contained. That was useful. But I do think that publishing the letters that you receive, if you don't do it, then only those people who want to navigate through your packet, which is complicated, or who, I guess those, or who put in public records requests, they're the only ones that really get to see it. And I think for the sake of eliminating our fellow neighbors, what we're all thinking about, and also for saving the town clerk a lot of time with public records requests, the more we publish, the more we make public, the better the situation. So I strongly urge the board to look at that topic later when you have a little time and perhaps devise some sort of method for handling it. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Abby, please state your name and address if you could.
Abby Reap, 205 Old Harvard Road. And I wanted to ask if the board would consider holding future public hearings as hybrid meetings, because I think there's better engagement when people are in person. I think it would offer an option for people who feel more comfortable engaging in person. And so I, wanted to see whether that was something that you would consider, especially given the importance of the public hearings that you're conducting tonight and will be presumably continued to your next meeting.
Thank you, Abby. Is there any other additional comment or questions? Seeing Kathy Cisco. Please state your name and address if you could.
Kathy Cisco, 95 Cobley Road, Boxborough. I have the same sentiments as Abby. There were a lot of people I was promoting this meeting and they're like not doing it because it's on Zoom. They want to attend in person. And it's an important issue. And you're kind of excluding certain residents and taxpayers and voters in town.
Thank you, Kathy. I see Kevin.
Actually, it's Cheryl. I haven't. Every time I come on, I forget to change my name. Hi, Cheryl Mahoney, Liberty Square Road. I agree with the previous comments by Abby and Kathy. I prefer to have personal engagement on these subjects that are so complex and so emotionally charged, and there's so much data that needs to be reviewed. I find it very cumbersome to try to absorb all this material by looking at my computer screen. I would much prefer to be in the room and see what you folks are seeing. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Is there any additional comment from the public? I'm seeing none at this point. So with that, I guess we will turn this over to a minor modification for 340 Codman Hill Road site plan approval, stormwater management permit and special permit. The board will review a proposed minor modification to a previously approved application at 340 Codman Hill Road and review the proposed easements for completeness and recording. Is there someone here to present on behalf of this applicant?
Yes, Bruce Alec.
Hi, Bruce. Welcome. Would you like to go ahead and do a bit of a presentation for the board?
Yeah, I'll try to be real brief here. So I'll give you the summary of the changes, the minor modifications here. So the both of the buildings have been lowered. Building 1 has been lowered 1 foot, and building 2 has been lowered 4 feet. So they're both at the same elevation at 261.6 elevation. So both buildings have been lowered. And to accommodate that, some other changes have been done as well, which is the back behind the buildings. We have lowered the pavement area, which is a storage area that's behind the buildings. That's on the east side towards the 495, approximately 1 foot down. The third thing that was modified was on building 2. That's the southern building. That was the one that we had a tailgate loading area. So in other words, you can have 4 feet from the slab to the finished pavement on the loading side, where building 1 on the approved plan was what we call the drive up. It's at the same elevation as the slab. So building 2, now that we lowered that 4 feet, is now the same as building 1, which is a drive up.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, point of order. Could we ask the applicant to share the site plan as he's going through these changes? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Cindy.
Yeah, I don't know if Alec has got that up there on his. I can, if not, if it's not available, I can pull it up. Let's see. Today.
Alec, are you able to pull it up?
Sorry about that. Let me unmute myself. Real quick, if we could have Bruce Salick, Mike Astro, and Sue Carter all promoted to co-host, that'd be great. And then if you just want to repeat which plans that you'd like me to pull up, you're welcome to let me know.
Okay, all right. I have my plan available if need be.
Yeah, Bruce, why don't you go ahead and pull that up, because then you can use your cursor to guide everyone through.
Okay, so you have shared it. Okay. So I'll take this off. I got the right one here. There it is. Second. It's the previous one. Okay. I don't know, could you see that?
Not yet.
Well, okay, let me just, see.
Bruce, if it's easier, just let me know a document name and I can pull it up on our end.
Yeah, I think I have it here now. So I just, share that one. Okay. Okay. So this is the plan right here. Let me just, sure I got the right one. Yeah, that's the one. Okay. Let me just go over to probably the easiest one's going to be looking at is the C1 here. So building 1 is the one that's on the, I don't know if you could see my arrow here, which is the one on the north, which is the side that's on the same side as the driveway. And building 2 is the one that's on the south, and which I'm pointing to over there. So the footprints are exactly the same. The buildings have not moved around. But I was referring to the loading area for building 2. So, and I was talking about the drive up. So we had, if you remember, the other change that was made is, if you recall, there were 2 loading areas at the rear of building 2. So one of those loading areas has been moved from the rear, and it's been moved over to the side. I don't know if you could see it there on the north side of building 2. So they're both drive up spaces. And so when we moved that space from that location, the rear to the side, it's more feasible and it's more efficient for Astro Crane to use it that way. And that's why it was moved. So it kind of ate into the storage area between the 2 buildings a little bit. And we also had slid over those 4 parking spaces a little bit to the left as you're looking at the screen. However, at the same time, we got our storage area back at the vacated area that's behind the building. So there was kind of like a swap in areas that's over there. And then also, since it's a drive-up space, by building code, we're required to put in a floor drain holding tank, same as what we did in building number 1 originally during the approved plans. So you don't need a holding tank if you are a tailgate, but you do need it if you're a drive-up by building code. So we have a second holding tank, one for building 1 and one for building 2 now. And the other change that was made was, I'm flipping over to the drainage plan right now. And that area there is the location of the proposed sedimentation basin number 3, originally on the approved plan. And it made sense to construct that sedimentation basin, but to leave it as in a smaller form than the original sedimentation basin, as a detention basin, because of running the numbers, we found out it made sense to put a basin in the front of the property. And I checked it, and we're not impacting the trees. We have the same number of trees that we had originally. So I'm going to flip over to the planting plan that's over here. And so what I did is we had a few plants that were like down at the bottom of the basin. So I just made sure that those plantings are at least along the side of the slope of the detention basin. They're about 2 feet above the bottom of the basin. So they're a good location. And if you recall from previous presentations, the buildings, both building roof areas drain towards the street. So there's a slope on the roof, drains towards the street side. And then there's a roof drain leaders that goes directly vertical down to what we call a header pipe that collects them. And they join at a junction manhole originally between the 2 buildings. And then it was taking it directly back to the subsurface area. Well, now they will they'll flow instead of directly to a manhole, they're going to flow into that detention basin. So the detention basin is going to form as sort of that's a detention basin. So it's going to slow down the flow, get it to the chamber system a little slower. The water's going to move slower. It's because it's going to be going out through a 6-inch orifice with a 4-foot spillway, but it never gets up to that 4-foot spillway in a tank that's underground. So it's kind of metered out slower as it goes down through the pipe and down to the chamber system. And the chamber system area is the same footprint as before. So that's the summary. I can get into more detail, if you have any questions on any of those items. But that's the kind of the recap on the modifications. It's an overall improvement from the streetscape side because both buildings are now lower, and so they're going to be have less exposure from the street side.
Thank you, Bruce. Sue Carter, I do not see you, but I know you're on the call. Would you like to recap your findings from places? Can Sue Carter be unmuted?
My apologies, Madam Chairperson. All of a sudden, I'm not seeing her in the room. She was here.
Yeah, I'm not seeing her either. Okay. Well, if she joins back in, I will go ahead and open up to the board then in that case. Are there any board members having questions or comments? Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious as to why the minor modification letter did not address the fact that there is now a construction access road that the board was not aware of directly from Codman Hill. The application was granted an alternative access permit so that the applicant would enter and exit the site from the existing driveway at 340 Codman Hill. But I understand that a construction access road has been created. So I'd like to understand why that wasn't included in the modification request. And then I'd like the board to sort of discuss what mitigation we may need to see to address that. Thanks.
Sure.
Bruce, did you want to respond to that?
Yes. Yeah. So the that construction access road that was used is the same access that was put there when they we believe it was probably back in the 70s when they removed the gravel out of that area where the existing parking lot is. I just flipped over to the existing condition plan, same one that you had before. So I'm pointing at right next to that pine tree there, the grades that were the existing grades that were there pre-development. They've been there for quite a long time, and actually, I can share with you, if need be, the approved plan from 2008 that showed that access road there for that permit as well. So that's been there for quite a long time. So these contours that are shown here, you can see them, they're kind of coming in and coming out. And what that is a ridge line that runs along here. And this, on the right side, the material was not removed. On the left side here, it's a lower elevation. So if you look at the elevations on the left side where the parking lot is, it's lower, consistently lower than the area that's on the right. And as you know, there's some big piles along around the perimeter of that area where the material was removed. And so I believe what they were doing is back, say 50 years ago, they were running up and down through this access area. It is very compact. The material is very compact there. And so Astro Crane, when they were starting to when they're doing the tree removal, the stumping and cutting the trees and all the heavy earthwork that goes along with that, they elected to use the access road, which makes a lot of sense because you're going to tear up this existing driveway during the construction period. This access road here is there now. It's in place. So it wasn't constructed. It is available. So it made sense to utilize that.
Okay, but I believe there was vegetation removed to, I mean, that access road, if it was there once upon a time, was not contemplated, in my understanding, as part of this application. So this was news, at least to me, that the applicant was going to use that construction access road. I think that should have been presented to the board at the time of the application, and it was not. So, that was a concern. I would suggest that the modification request be amended to include the mention of this construction access road.
Yes, we apologize for not bringing it up because it was, it wasn't really thought of as far as, if we're going to use that or not. And it was once we were faced with the construction stage, then it became apparent to use that. We have, and I talked to the excavator. He's telling me that the material is very compact there, and we added a note to the as per the request of Sue Carter, which is it's explained here that the material that is in that area, that is the compact pre-constructed access road, to the compacted material to be removed, replaced with a more viable soil for planting purposes. So that note is on the planting plan currently. So that was included per the request of Sue Carter. So we have addressed that from that standpoint.
Bruce, I think to Cindy's point, the board may have addressed the whole application process a little bit differently if that information was shared with the board. Tree protection comes to my mind immediately. Also decompaction of that road, if it would have been required to be removed and decompacted. So while we're on that subject, I would like to, not only add soil to this area, but also have it decompacted because it is going to be pretty, dense at this point with heavy construction going over it.
Yes, we realize that. Yeah. So again, we apologize for not thinking about it to discuss that. It just didn't cross our minds at the time.
I saw Sue jump into the meeting, I believe, Alex. So I'm going to just pause here before we continue board comments and see if Sue has something to kind of summarize for us. Sue Carter?
Yeah, sorry about that. For some reason, I got booted out on my laptop, so I'm on my cell phone. So if it jiggles, you'll know why. I did a review letter back on July 17th, and then Bruce responded on July 21st. He addressed our issues. Like you, we had the same issue about the gravel access road, that it was heavily compacted, and we wanted to make sure that they aerated the soil so that it would be viable for plantings. Our other comments were just clarification on their infiltration area. They lowered it 1/2 foot, and I wanted to know what basis. And it was because they did some check the monitoring wells this spring. A few discrepancies on the drainage, and those were typos. They provided me information on the floor drain holding tanks. Because Building 2 now has access on grade, the potential for someone driving a vehicle in that could be dripping rain or snow or other fluids, they need a holding tank by per building code. We also requested gates in the vinyl fencing, both for the maintenance of the new drainage basin that's behind in the middle, and access on both ends so that the septic tanks could be pumped out and serviced as needed. And I asked that they add a note saying that the proposed plantings would be field located, because when we had a site walk, we realized that there were more trees saved along the frontage than was initially proposed. And we wanted to make sure that we weren't impacting existing trees just for the sake of planting new trees because the plan headed in that location. All of our previous comments were addressed in these revisions. So it's really the board's decision on the modification at this point. It does make sense to lower the building. I think you recall that was one of our concerns about the visibility of the building. So lowering it 4 feet will help. And we are very pleased to see that there was more vegetation along Codman Hill Road than the earlier plans implied.
Thank you, Sue. Rich, I'm seeing your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. Can you, Bruce, go to C4? Are these the updated drawings, the revised drawings? Yeah, so you have that note about the access road that Sue commented on and you were just answering. Can you zoom in on that?
Here, I'll try my best here.
I tried to zoom on my end, but Zoom doesn't allow it. So no Zoom for Zoom. Yeah. Well, I guess I zoomed in. I zoomed in on it on my own drawing, and so I guess Cindy, Rebecca, and to Sue's point, the note now says remove pre-existing gravel access drive within the proposed planting zone. Removal width varies from lines A and B, the front of the property to a lesser width, and proposed storage are replaced with free draining soils suitable for planting and free of large stones and stumps and other deleterious material. Cover with loam. There it is. All right. I just read it. Thanks. Is that, so like, what are we looking for in that comment? Is it to note because it talks about an access drive. It talks about removal. Does this note address our concern?
You want me to respond to that?
I guess I was asking, I mean, Cindy raised the question. I see her hands up, and then Rebecca kind of commented about the decompaction. So I does this note do it, or do we need a clarification of the note?
I would like to see aeration added to this, because I don't feel like that has been, part of this. I don't think that's part of this proposal. So it should be decompacted. This seems to say just, we're going to put some soil on top. That is not, in my opinion, an appropriate planting bed for anything larger than lawn. But if the soil out there is good and we decompact it, then it should be okay, in my opinion.
Okay, just like to make a note that so if this is a note that's right over here in the middle, and there's a limit line A and B, which is because this plan doesn't show the contours because it'd just be too busy, but that's the location of where that access road is. So here, what I'm saying, I'll read it to you. It says remove pre-existing gravel access drive within the proposed planting zone. Remove width of the removal width is varies from limit line A to B at the front of the property line to a lesser width at the building because it starts out wide because the trucks are turning there in the past. Replace with free draining soils. So it's asking that compacted soil be removed and then replaced with free draining soil suitable for planting and free of large stones, boulders, stumps, other deleterious materials, and cover with 6-inch loam and seed at the end. So that's pretty much going to aerate it once they kind of pull it out. Take out anything that's deleterious, big boulders, any kind of stumps that may be in there. Who knows what's in there? And then replace it with a free draining soil that's conducive for planting purposes, and then top it off with topsoil at that point. So that will aerate the soils if they do that with the big machine. They would do it from the site side and pull it back and replace it.
Cindy, I see your hand up, and I'm going to ask Sue to. I believe she has a response to that, so I'm going to let her.
Yeah. I think the key thing there, Bruce, is to identify the depth that they're gonna bring in the looser material, or just run the teeth of the equipment through it or fluff it. My gut reaction is I would think we'd want probably 2 feet so that the roots have the ability to start spreading out within the subsoil. Rebecca, would you agree with that, or do you think it needs to be deeper?
I was just letting you jump in and weigh in on that, because yes, I totally agree with you.
Okay.
The one thing I would caution about though is that area that you've got identified in the plan has an existing tree in it. And so I'm not entirely sure how what does that road look like in proximity to that tree? Because if we're digging 2 feet of soil from underneath it, which we're doing largely anyways with this proposal, it's really going to compromise the health of that tree.
Yeah, I'm going to just flip back to the existing condition plan so we can see where the fill zone is relative to that tree. Let's see here. So you can see here that that pine tree is down the slope from the drive access. So I started it with from limit line A and B, but that's where the disturbed area is up by the street, but then it narrows down immediately because all they needed was just width for the truck access when it was constructed originally. So we could just take note that the tree would be saved if feasible. And it seems like it's down, those are 2 foot contours. So it looks like it's be down about maybe 3 feet at least, I would say, below the edge up by the street. So it does dip down there. So, and it's a good sized tree. It's a 26-inch. What size is that tree? It's pretty good size. I thought it was I thought it was like about a 30 to 24-inch pine tree that was there. For some reason, I can't see the size.
So it looks like you're compromising maybe a quarter of its root system, though, if I'm reading that correctly.
Yeah, there might be, because we don't know where the roots, how far the roots are down, because there was a fill zone there. Not sure when the roots were established. They might have just constructed right over the top of the roots, that fill.
But you said the road's been down for like 20 years, right? Is that?
Yeah, it's been down. It's happened before the earliest Google Earth photograph, because you can actually see the parking lot in some of the earlier Google Earths. So I don't have any information before that, other than the fact that we had the 2008 plan that shows the same axis that was there. And there was another permit that was back in 1999. And
all I'm saying, Bruce, is that we are going to negatively impact that tree. If that thing's been down there for 20 years, the tree's doing fine. And if it's viable right now, I think pulling that away is going to probably be harmful to the tree. So, I think we might need to be pre-planning for, potential loss there. Because the way it looks on plan is that we could be impacting a third to half of the root zone on that tree. And then that leaves that whole area in between completely open, if you will, except for the other deciduous right next to it. But the whole inner zone, I don't feel like it's going to screen either building in that area if we lose that.
Yeah, so there might be, what we could do is we could coordinate with the town when that's being pulled back, so we can expose to the top of the roots wherever they are. And then make a determination at that point in time, as opposed to just kind of taking it out, just like scrape it away, get down to the top of the roots, and then have a little site meeting there determine what the best course of action is.
Are you suggesting like hand digging or excavation?
When they pull it back, they'll probably do it from the site side and be pulling that amount of dirt that's there for the access area.
Right. No, I'm saying, are you suggesting that they hand dig the root zone so that they're not compromising it? Or are you saying use an excavator?
Correct. If they do it in a manner that is slow, and something like you'd be probably seeing cases where they're digging an area, and if very carefully, because they know there's a pipe there, but they don't know what the depth is. So if you have some person watching as they're, sliding the bucket over to expose where the roots are. And my guess is that since the tree is sitting at elevation, it looks like it's 263 elevation, just judging by the contours, and the contour 266, you can see it's right opposite. So the base of the tree is about 3 feet lower from this plan. It's just 3 feet lower than where the access road is. So I would think that the roots were established. It's got to be something below 3 feet down below that access road. So I'm thinking that they could probably get 3 feet of material out of there before they even get to the level of where the root system is. And
Sue, would that be amenable to you if they were to hand dig around this tree and you would be able to go out and assess this with Bill?
Yeah, we could do that.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, and then my suggestion is maybe we have a alternate, if the tree can't be saved, an alternate planting of X trees spaced certain distance to replace that gap that's being created.
You are reading my mind. Thank you, Sue. Yeah, I would definitely recommend that as well. If it is a loss, that we have a replacement plan of some of these larger trees and evergreens coming back in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm assuming you guys could make a recommendation to get some good screening on that.
Yeah, and I think the note that Bruce added, that we suggested that the actual plantings be field located prior to the planting. I think that gives us the ability to adjust as we need. My thought is that I'd like to see the board agree to a certain number of additional trees if that tree goes, so that we go out there and we have a tally of how many additional trees will be needed at the time of planting, so they're on site and then they can be adjusted when they plant.
Assuming we could plant on the sloped condition, because that's what I'm seeing in the plan, I would say it's 4 more of these evergreen trees, if that one's a loss.
And by evergreens, you don't just mean green giant arborvitae, right?
No, they have like a mixed
Real
palette
trees.
out here.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you could do a mixed palette of the evergreens.
Okay. I would ask that the board consider putting that as a condition of the modification, so that we have it in writing, so that if we don't get to planting for 2 years, we don't all forget what the agreement was.
That's great. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I kind of hogged that conversation. I just didn't want to lose track of that comment. So Cindy, thank you for your patience.
Yeah, I was just basically reiterating that I want to make sure that the section along Codman Hill Road, not just in front of the building, is restored. So if there's more plantings that we need to sort of tie back the tree line to what it was, that was all I was going to suggest. But I don't know, Rebecca, I know we have a lot of folks on the call tonight for other issues. I'm just wondering if could the applicant present sort of either a revised plan, or I was going to suggest that we condition this based on sort of an agreed upon additional planting plan, but I didn't know if you had to flesh that out tonight or not, but wanted to just say that I'd like to see more screening along Codman Hill where they made the break in the road and along the roadway there.
Alec, I see your hand raised. Is that a response to Cindy's comment?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairperson. So if it would please the board, I have started keeping a running document of various conditions. I know we do have a lot of people on here, but I'll remind the board that we've had about a 4-week work stoppage order on this project, and I would like to the best of our ability, get them back up and moving. If you could persevere, work through a couple conditions tonight so we can get this turned around in the next week, that would allow them to get back on schedule.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Rich. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the motion is. Can I motion that we set this on the table for later this evening? And because I would be, I'd like to make that motion so that we can come back to it. I'd be supportive of conditioning this so we can get the applicant back on track. Is that the correct motion?
You could move to call this item to recess, and we can pick it back up when we come to a logical break.
I'll move to call this item to recess, and we pick it back up after the other 2 public hearings.
Second.
Any deliberation or questions on that?
Beyond the trees, are there any other issues? Sounds like we just need to nail that down. Are there any other issues that anybody else wanted to raise?
I wanted to ask about, well, the shrubs. I'm seeing the shrubs got lowered in that detention area, which basically they're moved down 2 feet. So you're losing 2 feet of elevation, maybe 3 feet of elevation. So they're doing less lifting for us with regard to screening. So I would like to see those things, those shrubs and stuff pulled out of the detention area and put up on the highest part of the site so that they're doing more, giving more bang for their buck, if you will, instead of losing it in detention.
Sounds like we could table this to later in the evening, and there's more to discuss, it sounds like, than just identifying an X number of plants. Is that correct? It sounds like.
That's the motion.
Yeah.
Okay. One other comment is it came to my attention. I don't know that we've seen anything about it, but I think, Alec, you mentioned at one point there was a proposal for a color change on the building, and I don't see that as part of the application.
Yes, so the applicant has noted to me that they intend to revert back to their original color proposed for the buildings, that being the, I forget the name off the top of my head, but I'll pull it aside for later on in the discussion. But returning to the originally proposed color palette, which matches their other buildings further along Codman Hill Road.
Okay, so I just feel like that's not part of the application either, which we should be seeing. But yeah, okay, Rich, go ahead.
No, motion's still on the table.
Okay.
Motion's still on the table.
Yeah, so I mean, if we want to, I'm almost seeing incomplete. That's all I'm saying. So I would love to get them up and running as well, but I feel like they have a little bit of additional information that they should be sharing with us if there's changes like that. So regardless, they might end up coming back to us with more info. But we have a motion on the table in order of how I see you, Rich Gazzardi.
Aye.
Thank you, Cindy.
Aye, Margaret.
Chris Dowdy.
Aye.
Thank you. And Werner, aye. Thanks for your patience, Bruce, as we come back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairperson, if I could, I do just want to release Sue Carter at this point. Sue, if you have any outstanding comments, please just email me them, email those over to me, and I'll share them when we resume the item.
Okay, will do.
Thank you.
Sue.
Okay, thank you. Good night, everyone.
Have a good night. Okay, so we do have a number of people on for our next couple of hearings, I'm assuming. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing for municipal uses. The Boxborough Planning Board will conduct a public meeting pursuant to MGL Chapter 40A, Section 5 on Monday, August 4th, 2025 at 7:45, it says here, to consider the following proposed zoning bylaw amendments. General municipal use code and or individual uses customary customarily operated by a municipality. Okay, there's so many people that have showed up presumably for this that I want to go straight into public comment. and allow the public to make some comments here. I'm already seeing some hands go up, which is great. I'm going to ask that the public tries to limit their comments to no more than 2 minutes. We can always come back to you for another round if you need to, but I just want to make sure that everybody has a chance to vocalize. I'm going to set a goal. Alec, maybe you can help me set this goal, but hopefully to keep us at a 30-minute Q&A period maximum if we can, because we have 2 hearings tonight. And then hopefully after that public comment period, we can roll into more working session and discussion with the board members. So that's my goal. Let's see how we can do on that. And I'm going to turn it over to Jim Moss. You're the first one up, I see. If you could say your name and your address, please.
Okay. Jim Moss, 40 Bicentennial Way. I want the new zoning bylaw to protect the residential sections of the town from any encroachment by the town. No longer am I willing to allow carte blanche to the town's wishes. If the town wants a well or other municipal project in a residential land, then it should seek a special variance for that special use and allow the citizens to vote on it. I don't care how long the fire department has been waiting for a new building. We need a zoning bylaw that will protect the residents from overzealous government. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Diana Lipari, please state your name and address.
Okay, there we are. Diana Lipari, 394 Littlefield Road. Of course, I have previously expressed this, and I've expressed it many, many times over many, many years. I don't believe residential districts are apropos, appropriate sites for any kind of municipal buildings. Given the amount of land that we have in Boxborough that's available along the main corridor that actually cuts through our town and is a big commercial corridor, 111 Mass Ave, there's plenty of land there. There's no reason to go to a silent, quiet side street to build a fire station that could cause all kinds of problems for the residents, not to mention even the people that don't live there with the backup of traffic and so forth at the light. I would really urge this board. Also, I've looked through your packet and I've looked at the attempt to try to categorize municipal uses. There are some things there which seem quite obvious to me, and just for your edification, and you can certainly double check this, but I actually looked at the concept of certain what would be covered under the Dover Act, which involves educational and religious institutions that are allowed by right by Massachusetts law in all districts, including residential districts. I noticed that you had a big question mark, for example, under museums. Well, it has already been opined, at least I found some documentation, I'm happy to share it with you, that anything which is an educational, has a primary educational purpose would qualify under the Dover Amendment. So I'm just bringing that up to you regarding the other uses that you're considering. The only other thing I would say is that I think that the board is taking on a very big project right now. And given the pressure that the town administrator, et cetera, and certain members of the building committee and the select board and so forth are putting on you in terms of getting something to us at town meeting, perhaps it would be best to focus on the fire station and where we could put that, as opposed to trying to come up with all these uses and make a definitive decision on uses throughout for a large zoning bylaw. I think it complicates the situation. Thank you.
Rebecca, just a quick point of clarification. Do you want me to interrupt at the 2-minute mark or just note to you or flash my fingers at 10 and 5 seconds?
Yeah, maybe just flash your fingers at it. I appreciate it. Thank you, Diana. Al Murphy, go ahead. Can we unmute Al?
Al Murphy, 72 McIntosh Lane. I guess I want to talk about strategy. I'd like to propose that we carve out from the larger zoning question a more limited article. The more limited article would simply deal with town-owned land. It would allow municipal buildings on just town-owned land. And that, I think, from my reading of the discussion of town meeting, would have a better chance of passing because a number of people spoke about their concern about municipal buildings being erected on private property. We've just heard some of them. And I think it would enable us to go forward in a more sensible fashion with the consideration of how and where to build a fire station. We would no longer be concerned with issues concerning what I think are typographical errors in the zoning bylaw. Rather, we could talk about the important issues like whether the site involved really accommodates a fire station, the effects of the people around the fire on the people around the fire station, and other matters that are worth discussing and should be discussing. So, in other words, that's what I think. I think, and we could have another larger motion at the same town meeting, which would cover a more global question. Or if planning board members wish to further think about it, we could defer the larger global matter to another town meeting to give them more time. That's what I have.
Thank you, Al. Go ahead, Cheryl. If you could state name and address just as a reminder to everyone. Thank you.
Yes, Cheryl Mahoney, 188 Liberty Square Road. First off, I want to thank the planning board of the yeoman work that you undertook arduously at the last meeting. Getting that preliminary table together was a huge win as far as I was concerned, because there are many opinions and many concerns involved in this. However, what I would like to caution is, point one, the fact that this was a deficit in the zoning code was made known to the public since January. So this, once again, pulling out the trope that you need more time and you're being rushed, I think is very disingenuous. Again, I would like to thank everyone that's put in the work, and I believe we should rely on the hard facts, the materials that are being presented by experts in the field that have experience, including several planning board members have years of experience in matters like this, and do not be cognizant that there are emotions involved, but people have to understand that facts are not, opinions are not facts. And regardless of Google searches or reading an article in the Sunday paper, you've got people like Alex, you've got people like Sue, you've got people that have vast pools of knowledge. And I would appreciate if you allow the facts that you folks have been working so hard to put together, especially in this table at the last meeting, to guide you in this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Sorry, I'm just kind of jumping around on screen. Mark Barbadaro.
Yeah, thanks. Mark Barbadaro, 627 Old Harvard Road. I'd like to echo what Al mentioned, that we have a major issue that we're trying to resolve, and that is locating a fire station. And then we have, because this has sparked a lot of conversation among many townspeople and movers and shakers in town, other groups have decided that they also would like to have some input on what their boards or committees are interested in, like the water resources or affordable housing or other things. And I think all of those are noble causes, and we should maybe undertake some of those things. But I wouldn't let that become a distraction from actually locating a zone for fire stations. But my concern is that if you decide to put it in the ag res, you're inviting a great deal of people to vote against it, because there's people like me who don't think it's a good idea. I will go to town meeting and vote against the article. Instead, I would recommend focusing on the sites that the Fire Station Building Committee have designated as under consideration, and then create a overlay district that includes those areas, along with a few other choice sites that are thoughtful, and create an overlay district that won't invite so much controversy. Pick the sites that the building committee wants, create an overlay district, bring it to town meeting. I think it will probably pass. Add in other things, other uses, stretch it out over the entire ag res, even though we all know the periphery is probably not a great place to put a fire station. And it could likely fail for that very same reason. Am I out of time, Alec? All right, I'm out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Alec, I'm having a hard time navigating between you and the speakers, so you might have to speak up when it's 5 seconds. I appreciate that.
Will do.
Thank you. Rebecca Hoy. Rebecca Hoy.
Hello, sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. So hello, Rebecca Hoy, 57 Cunningham Road. I also appreciate everything the planning board does, listening to you guys really dig deep into the plans and understanding what everybody's doing in the town. I think that's amazing work, and I really appreciate what you guys are doing. As far as the comments so far, I agree with Mr. Murphy that it makes more sense to put town buildings on town-owned land that the town already owns or could purchase in the future. But I also want to bring up the fact that there seems like there's a lot of irons in the fire with the town right now. The town center plans have not been determined. It's not very clear what's happening with the overlay district for the MBTA. The fire station is up for some debate. So I'd like to understand if there's a master plan that's happening with the town, and once that plan is determined on where the density will be for housing, does it make sense to put the fire station in those dense areas? You know, I have not been going to the fire station building committee meetings. I've been overcome by events, but I'd like to understand where the majority of the calls are that the fire department has to answer and what makes the most sense from that perspective as well. So, you know, I think 111 is a great place to put it, but does it make sense to put it where there are more houses? Probably. I'm not sure. I'd like to understand more about that. Over. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Ishan.
Hey everyone, I just want to say good evening. Thank you guys so much for the opportunity to provide input on the proposed zoning bylaw related to municipal and government use. I just wanted to speak up in support of the idea that the category of municipal use be broken into separate components, with public safety buildings like police and fire being allowed by right anywhere in town. I just feel like this approach would give the town greater flexibility when planning these like essential services, while ensuring that the definition of public safety remains clear and limited to police and fire. These services are obviously critical, and they must be accessible and responsive to the entire community, and I personally feel that zoning should reflect their unique importance. Thank you guys so much for your consideration, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Ishan. Jim Howie, can you please state your name and address?
Yeah, Jim Howie, Reed Farm Road. I want to thank you for the opportunity just to speak to the planning board. Just kind of very succinct. I mean, I think it's It's clear that the fire station committee is working hard. They have multiple sites under consideration. Certainly, there's some people that some sites get more public support than others, but I think at this time we don't really know. So I think it's incumbent upon the planning board to make sure that when the fire station committee brings their plan to the town meeting, the planning board allows them to proceed. I think we all look at the last town meeting. It wasn't very pretty. I think we need to make sure that it's thought out in alignment with the fire station committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brad Hampson.
Yes, thank you. So a couple of things. First of all, on the topic of designating uses for land depending on who owns it, whether it's the town or privately held. I mean, I'm not an expert in zoning law, but I've never heard of a zoning designation that is based on who owns the land as opposed to, the town's wisdom about, what uses should go where. So I'm not clear that that would be legal. Again, I'm not a lawyer, but doesn't sound right to me. Secondly, as to the direction to allow municipal uses, whether that's public safety or general municipal uses, anywhere in town, including all the agricultural residential districts. All the different uses are not created equal, and I think different people have different ideas about what it would be like to live near various of those uses, including police and fire. I can think of other municipal uses that might not be problematic from a noise, light, traffic perspective. Light office space, things like that probably wouldn't be a big problem. But I don't understand why it makes sense to have the noisiest, most active municipal uses cited in residential districts. It just doesn't make any sense to me. If you look at the existing bylaw, there's probably a dozen uses that are currently not allowed in residential districts, and they're all noisy and obnoxious. Why do we want to put a fire station in a residential district? Doesn't make any sense. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brad. Suresh.
Hi. Hey, thanks for the opportunity. I agree with some of the points that Ishan had made earlier that we should define public safety as a priority and allow public safety building at places within the town as per the appropriate zone that it requires. I think that public safety is for everyone, and nobody in their right mind is going to put these noisy environments into a very highly residential area. I mean, this town is a very small town, so let's be judicious about it and zone in such a way that public safety can have the right place to put the fire station. I think that's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if the public could give us your address and your name as well, please. Robin Lazaro, you're up next.
Thank you. Robin Lazaro, 959 Hill Road. I'll make this short and sweet. Municipal buildings and uses should not be allowed in any residential neighborhood. It's overreach and unnecessary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Chad, you're up next.
Chad Shoulders, 150 Middle Road. I'd like to second what Jim Howie was saying. I really support the planning board and the town making municipal uses where the the town, the fire station committee, all the work they put into it, where it makes the most sense. I personally would be quite happy to have a fire station in my backyard, and appreciate all the time and effort and work everybody is going through on this. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you very much. Kristen O'Neill, I'm seeing you next.
Hi, good evening. My name is Kristen O'Neill. I live at 408 Mass Ave, 2 doors down from the current fire station. And I just wanted to provide a little bit of perspective that we are zoned ag res here on Mass Ave. I invite you to come over, check out my chickens, my garden, my 2 kids who I've raised, one as a toddler when we moved here and one as a newborn, next to the noise, which there isn't that much of. And if anyone has specific questions about living near a fire station and the impact on a residential area, I invite you to stop by and have a conversation about those concerns.
Thank you very much, Kristen. Mary, please state your name and address if you could.
Yes, Mary Brolin, 153 Guggins Lane. I'll also share that I'm the chair of the Fire Station Building Committee. I want to note that, Boxborough is unique in that 90% of our land mass is ag res. And so if you keep any municipal building out of ag res, you are significantly limiting the options. I gave a list of sites that the Fire Station Building Committee is looking at to Cindy Markowitz. I will say it includes 40 Cunningham Road, and from 1414 Mass Ave to 502 Mass Ave, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 properties we're still looking at along Mass Ave, as well as 72 Stowe Road and 296 Middle Road, but 296 is partly in ag res. As is 72 Stowe Road. We are trying to find a solution that is cost effective for the town. We hear how important cost is. And so in order to find the best solution, we need a few options at hand. We can't just be hamstrung to one option unless people really want to pay a lot for this fire station. So please consider that in your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Adam Klein.
Thank you, Adam Klein, 85 Whitcomb Road. Again, I want to express my gratitude to the planning board. I've been in front of many angry crowds of public comment, and I know that sometimes this isn't fun. However, this evening is not an angry crowd, which is good to hear. I do want to express, first of all, I believe that splitting out public safety from municipal is a good idea. I do support that. However, I do think that we need to consider having public safety zone for the entirety of the town, particularly as we're looking at newer population centers, maybe closer to the train station. We may want to have public safety closer to where our population centers are. So again, appreciate the work that you're doing, and thank you.
Thanks, Adam. I'm not seeing any additional public comment. Is there any other public comments, questions? I'm seeing, Diana Lipari.
To unmute. Okay, come on. I just want to respond to something that Al said about town-owned buildings, town-owned land, excuse me. The fact of the matter is there is a tremendous amount of town-owned land in residential districts. So simply limiting it to town-owned land also brings in a tremendous amount of residential streets and areas, quiet residential streets. I just want this board to be aware, Boxborough is 10 miles square. And the fact of the matter is we don't really need to have, at this point in our population or in the size of our town, multiple fire stations spread all over town. That may happen in the future, and that could warrant a change. But at this point, we're only building one fire station, and we can certainly fit it on Mass Ave. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Kate Davies.
Hi there, Kate Davies, 72 Guggins Lane. I just wanted to say that I really appreciate all the work that everybody's put in, and I've appreciated listening to the comments that folks have made. I also want to point out that I think that public safety is something that's really important for our growing community, particularly for the changing demographics that we're seeing in our town. We have an aging population, and we also have many new families. And I think that we need to think about having adaptable and flexible uses here in Boxborough. So because we're planning for the next, 10, 20, 50 years or more. And I think that it's really important that we have a public safety use that reflects that and allows for the maximum flexibility. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kate. Father Ted.
Yes, thank you very much. I stepped aside out of a meeting, so hopefully you can hear me. Yes, thank you very much for having the opportunity to have this public hearing this evening. I just want to add my support to and my gratitude to the planning board for all their hard work and for the committee that is studying this issue. And I would like to just support that public safety building would be by right anywhere in town, as it involves only our fire and police, our safety two agencies. And I would urge support of that. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Okay, Richard Hilton.
Yes, I really have an emotional reaction to public safety buildings being anywhere in town. No, we all know better than that. I mean, we have, like Diana said, we do have enough public land to make this happen. We don't need to put it across. Whether people think, oh, I live next to it and it doesn't bother me, that's not the point. It does bother a lot of people who are neighbors. It should be in a place where there's not a residential component, a commercial component. And we have a lot of places where it could go that is not across the street from big residential communities or near it. So, and I just want to, as Mark Barbadaro often says, let's all agree on a place where we can all agree it's absolutely okay to be there. No one dislikes public safety buildings. We all depend upon it. That is not where anybody is coming from. Let's put it in a place where there is not, it's not residential, it's not near, a soft space in our town. We can do this. We can do this in a place where we can all agree that it's good, it's fine, it's not invasive. We all want it to happen. We all do. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Kristen.
Thank you. I think I just, I really appreciate all the comments. I'm actually commenting more as the chair of the select board than as a private citizen right now. I think a lot of really good points have been made. We are taking notes and paying attention. But one of the things I want to point out to people is this is just the first step. Creating either an overlay district or creating a new use table just gives us options. It doesn't say it's going in any one particular place. There are so many steps before anything happens in Boxborough, before a second police station. I mean, goodness, we can't even get one fire station built. We're going to try to build a second police station somewhere else. Probably not, but this is just the first step to open up the doors to give us options. We have to remember we have septic capacity, we have water capacity to think about, we have setbacks, we have size. There are so many other things, and then we get to the cost. So keep that in mind. This is just step one. Next step is going to be town meeting, where you'll get lots more information, you'll have choices to make, and then after that there'll be another town meeting to have more choices and make more decisions. So thank you guys for doing all of this. I know it's a ton of work, and the select board appreciates it.
Thank you, Kristen. Any other public comments at this point? Alec, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I will just note you've reached the end of your initial 30-minute public comment period.
Appreciate it. I think we're slowing down here, so I'm just going to call on Barbara Salzman. That's the last person I see right now. Thank you.
Hi. First of all, I'd like to thank the planning board for taking this on. It's terrific. I think simplifying it as much as possible and focusing on the fire station is the way to go, so that we can move this forward. I do believe this, although this is just the first step, it's a really important first step. And we're really framing what's going to happen here. I see most of our municipal buildings along the Mass Ave corridor. And to me, that's where we should be putting the fire station, the police station. So I would urge that we not open up the residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. I see Nancy Settle Murphy. If you could state your name and address, please.
Yes, Nancy Settle Murphy, 114 Flag Hill Road in Boxborough, obviously Boxborough. I think it's important to be able to have a municipal building, or really specifically a public safety building, situated by right in any part of town, including residential, that is weighed in advance and carefully designed. So in other words, I don't think it has to be along Mass Ave. I think it would be good to have more flexibility so we could especially get this fire station finally built. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Okay, again, I'm not seeing any additional comments from the community. So I guess at this point we will start our discussions together as a board. Let me just get back to where I was here. So I guess I'd like to just go ahead and open it up to comments from the board members. I know we had done a bit of a working session to get our heads around it, but we were hoping to get a bunch of public feedback, which we got today. This is really helpful to hear from the community members. But I'm seeing Rich's hand up, so go ahead, Rich.
Thank you, Rebecca, and thank you to the 78 people who have participated and stuck around this long and provided input. It really is important and invaluable. I guess in just taking the feedback, I think the path we're on with segregating uses, because I think as somebody in the public commented, not all public uses are created equal, I think makes sense, big picture, long run. But I also, when we started that process 2 weeks ago, thinking let's swing big, and we started down the path of that table, which I think has put us on the right course. Hearing the feedback tonight and knowing the urgency of a public safety building, fire station particularly, I wouldn't want the planning board to be in front of that trying to sort out where we should allow wastewater treatment or transfer stations, right? So I would say we're on the right path with the table, but I'd be supportive of pulling out public safety and focusing on amendment specifically around public safety as a use, and we could, add that portion of the table and then come back to the rest of the table, after we get through the urgency of getting public safety in front of everybody and voted on. I want to see it pass. So I'm sort of flexible in terms of how we do that. My inclination is that we call it by right, but it's really by site plan approval in any location. I wish we could say we restrict certain residential uses. Unfortunately, we only have 2 residential districts in Boxborough. We have one big ag res district, which represents about 80% of the land mass in town. And then we have, which by the way, the current fire station sits in. And we also have a residential 1 district, which is a small sort of, niche little district at the corner of Liberty Square Road and Mass Ave. So I wish we had more options, and I don't think we want to get into a map right now of breaking the residential district up. So that's, you know, my current thinking is let's focus on the public safety. My sort of thinking right now is it should be allowed by site plan in ag res. I'm flexible and open. We could discuss that, but I definitely want to have something that can pass at town meeting. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at right now, and we can maybe discuss and debate that a little bit.
Thank you, Rich. Chris, I'm seeing you up next. Is Chris co-host?
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
All right, I'm good now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, that's because I switched my phone to computer when I got home. Sorry. Yeah, so again, I'm pleasantly surprised that I have 4 tabs of like full panels of people that are called in. This is great. We were honestly pretty anxious about a summertime public comment, how much comment we'd get. So it's great. Agree with Rich that I'm also pleasantly surprised and a little relieved that it seems like we're on the right track with what we were doing. I was trying to keep a rough tally, and it seems roughly 2 to 1 for folks chiming in saying that, you know, a public safety carve out makes sense to them versus like people who are not comfortable with residential ever. I think if we had more land in the town that wasn't residential, that might be easier. But I'm stuck looking at the map and noting that most of the land is ag res. Yeah, so I think that's helpful, knowing that we're on probably the right track. I would like to try to do a full use table to nail down all the potential municipal uses so we don't have to go back and do it again. But there's only one public safety related municipal use that's really in the immediate future. So I'd be okay with pulling that out separately as its own amendment if we can just get that passed to not be in the way and then circle back. I'd still like to try to aim high first. But yeah, thank you for the feedback. That's exactly what we need. Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Cindy, you have any comments, or I have a couple?
Yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. I have been a supporter of doing the public safety as a pullout from the beginning on this, just because we are up against the clock and a lot of pressure in order to get this thing through as quickly as possible. So I'm pleased to hear that input coming in from the community as well. I'd love to keep this very focused so that we can move it forward. You know, I'm looking at the dates that were provided to us for the warrant, and I'm noting that we have close to final language due on the 12th of this month. So that does not give us much time. That's 8 days away. Final language due on the 20th. So that's a tight schedule for us. So I think really trying to, as much as I'd love to knock it all out right off the bat, I just think that it's a lot of work to do that for all of municipal uses. So I'd like to keep it clean and concise and to the point that everybody's sitting on this call for tonight, with keeping it focused on the public safety. I have one quick question, and Mary Brolin, maybe you can answer this. At our joint meeting, or somebody else might be able to raise their hand, so I'd welcome an answer. But I know that the fire committee had a number of sites that you said you provided to Cindy. There was comment about some additional conversations that Town Administrator Johns was going to be having with a couple of these properties. And I'm noting this because it was in our meeting minutes. And I just wanted to ask if some of those conversations have hence taken any of these sites off the table. And we had in the minutes, I see there was a conversation happening with 1300 Mass Ave. There was one happening with 832 Mass Ave and one happening with 1414 Mass Ave.
Yes, so thank you for that question, Rebecca, and being so on tune with what we were asking. I appreciate that. Mike has been having those conversations. He will be giving the committee an update at our meeting on the 14th of August. So some of them there's a lot of back and forth, and it's hard to get to the people he needs to talk to. So we're expecting an update then, and hopefully the committee will take some of these properties off of the list, but we have not yet done that.
Okay. I think that'll be really important for us to know going forward, especially when we have language that has to go forward ASAP.
Yes.
So please keep us looped in on that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I think that's generally what I have for comments. Cindy, if you have comments, please step in.
Always. So again, I agree. The public comment this evening was great. Thank you everybody for attending. I know these meetings can be long and arduous, but we appreciate your input, and please continue to follow the process here and for our other public hearings as well. It is helpful for us in our decision making. I guess 2 points. So I did initially bring forth a table of uses that an add to the table of uses that focused purely on public safety. That was my first submittal to the planning board for consideration, as well as a definition of public safety with language pretty ready to go, although obviously willing to take input on that language. So that was my first article that I brought, a draft article, and the planning board, when we spoke at our working session, we moved into the multiple municipal uses seem to be the preferred avenue. So I have brought forward language that focuses on public safety, and we can certainly use that as a template if we wish to go forward. And the second item is that based on my conversation with Mary Brolin earlier or late last week, she did provide me with a series of a list of the 13 properties currently under consideration by the Fire Station Building Committee. And I know I only was able to submit to the board today, and I'm happy to hold the discussion if the board wishes, but I did provide the board, and I believe it's in the Dropbox now, some considerations for a public safety overlay district. And I didn't expect that the board would have time to review it, so I'm willing to hold the discussion, but given the time frame, I felt it was important to get it in people's hands as soon as possible. I also provided potential language for a warrant article or for bylaw language for that article. So I think we have at least 2 working documents if the board wants to hear both proposals or discuss both proposals tonight. I'm certainly willing to bring those up, and we can talk about that if the board wants to go in a different direction. I'm amenable to that, but I am cognizant of the timeline. I didn't see any additional language provided in the packet this week to help us advance the other option. I think there were multiple definitions that the town planner perhaps brought, but and maybe the discussion should focus on definitions tonight, but we are on a bit of a time crunch, so I'm just trying to advance things as best as possible. So I'm open to what the board wants to do next.
Thank you, Cindy. I would like to see it. I think we are on such a time crunch right now with language due in a matter of days that we really do need to be looking at all options right now. And particularly with the public feedback that we've heard tonight, it seems like a very good strategy to actually just look at the other options. So, but I'm seeing Chris's hand up. So Chris, you have a comment to that? You're muted again. There you go.
There we go. Okay. I might need to be promoted again to co-host. Sorry, that's because I changed devices. I was just going to chime in that, appreciate pulling something together. Honestly, haven't had a chance to really look at it for more than like 45 seconds, kind of skimming through. I mean, like, okay, a potential overlay that would, if that overlay would land on all of the sites that the Fire Station Building Committee is currently looking at, I think that might be good enough. I'm I just haven't had a chance to actually look at it yet.
Why don't we give her a chance to go ahead and just do the presentation? Because I think I'd love to hear it from her as well, just her strategy on this. But I think that maybe that'll answer some questions.
Well, we're also
brief, Cindy.
We're also missing a member, and it was not at all apparent that there was going to be additional stuff to present or go through. Or Mark might have tried to figure out a way to get some satellite internet and kind of jump in as well.
You know, as I said, I'm happy to hold the presentation. It's in the Dropbox. I do know that time is short. We did hear mention of an overlay district at our joint meeting with the building committee and the select board. I also included the source document in my original packet materials, but I'm happy to wait. I think, you know, time is just getting short. I did not do this purposely. It was sort of a culmination of getting my information pulled together from the building committee. There was a fair amount of map work that needed to be done. So, you know, I'm happy to sit on it, but folks can find it in the Dropbox. But I'm also happy to walk through it tonight, understanding that no one has had a chance to look at this. And it, again, wasn't purposeful. I'm just cognizant of the time crunch that we are in.
Yeah, no, that.
Fairness, we have one meeting until this is due. We have to jump into this and we have to tackle it. I mean, we don't have an option here. We need to come up with a solution if we want to get this to move forward.
No,
any delay is going to just slow down the process, right? And if we don't try to tackle this.
Yeah, no, I'm definitely all for moving quickly. Okay, so I found in there it looks like most of the proposed sites are on Mass Ave, so that makes that easy to figure out. I know where 72 Stowe Road is. I can look up Middle Road and Cunningham. Cunningham, I don't know off the top of my head. I gotta.
I'd love to pull it up just so that the town knows what we're talking about too here, Cindy. So
yeah, that helps.
Thanks. I just want to make sure that they can reference the material as well.
Okay, I just want the board to be accepting of me presenting this tonight, given that they only received it this afternoon or this morning.
You have a comment? Rich, did you have a comment?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So I guess, Cindy, what would be helpful to know is like the different, like, because there was a prior proposal that kind of brought us to a table that we've been focused on. And like I said, I'm flexible. I'm all open to other comments. I mean, and I get it. We're working fast. You know, just we do have that advance requirement. It's our own rules and regs, like deliver stuff 3 days in advance. It's not just for us, but it's for the public so that everybody can see what we're talking about. But I agree. We have to move fast, which is why I'm open to pivoting to focus on the fire station. And if you have some thoughts on that, let's see it. But I would like to understand kind of like the push and pull of specific areas versus the table and allowed rights. And so anyway, go ahead.
Sure. So just for some quick background, and I should bring up my original presentation, but that presentation culminated with basically adding one line to the use table entitled Public Safety, and then populating it across all districts. My preferred proposal was to say not in the ag-res and yes in all the other districts. I know other planning board members had other opinions on it. How I got to that was basically identifying that most municipal uses, most departments that are currently operating in town, their facilities are allowed somewhere in our zoning bylaw currently. It's maybe a matter of some interpretation, but basically saying that all the uses that are currently happening in town today are identified as being allowed in the zoning table in one place or another. And that's how I got to just focusing on public safety. So that's just a little bit of background on the initial proposal. And I can bring up that slide as well. What I prepared for tonight or to discuss at a future meeting with the planning board tonight is to talk about an alternative option is just to create a public safety overlay district. And if it sounds like the board's okay with me sharing my screen, so I need to pull it up. So just give me one moment to do that.
While you're pulling it up, just cross-referencing with the GIS, it looks like all of the proposed sites would be in there. And
all but one. And I'll walk you through that.
Stowe Road not in there?
Stowe Road is not in there. You took away the big bang at the end of the presentation, but yes. So it's only 11 slides. I will try to get through them. I know I'm lame about getting this on slideshow. Okay, let's see. Beginning. I can't shrink. Okay, sorry about that. Oops, is that working? There we go. All right, if I go to slideshow now. This never works for me.
F5 should do it.
Can't see F5. Okay, thank you. Can't see the menu when this is. Okay, so as I mentioned, did a review of potential for a public safety overlay district. Define what an overlay district is. It's a type of land use zoning. Minimize you guys here. That lies on top of the existing zoning and potentially covers many underlying districts or portions thereof. Pulled some of this information from a source document that I got off from mass.gov. And Boxborough currently has several overlay districts that you're mostly familiar with: Aquifer Protection, Floodplain District, and a Wireless Communication Facilities District. Okay, why consider an overlay district? And I do admit initially I was skeptical about using this concept, but given some of the challenges, I thought, I rethought this and perhaps this will make sense now. Overlay district provides an opportunity to meet unique needs of geographic areas that may require higher level of protection or may not be reaching their fullest development potential. Provides a flexible means to alter zoning. We can impose greater restrictions or more flexible provisions depending on the goals. And those overlay districts with mandatory requirements may supplement or preempt the underlying zoning provisions. And what came to mind in this case, where we've got a max building size, for instance, in Town Center District of 15,000 square feet, an overlay district with perhaps different requirements might alleviate that particular issue. Why limit it to just public safety? I think some of the things we heard tonight, it addresses the immediate need to identify a location for a fire station. Once we come up with a use agreed upon definition of public safety, it would presumably include a fire station. And again, the thought we can address other municipal uses in the future, but this is something we can try to accomplish sooner. The overlay district includes most of the locations currently considered by the Fire Station Building Committee, and I'll show you some graphics on that. Primarily consists of commercial and industrial zone parcels. It would be easily understood and limits review time needed to bring it to October 2025 town meeting. So the Fire Station Building Committee identified 13 potential properties they are considering. The list is here. And the parcel numbers. So this map, and apologies, it's hard to see. It's very difficult to get the entire town on a single slide. But essentially the hatched areas are basically all properties that I'm proposing would be potential for overlay districts. Now, they're not all contiguous. We'll talk about that in a minute. But this is primarily along the Mass Ave corridor. And I'll talk about that a little bit more. 44 properties, and again, this is subject to change once we get into the weeds on it. There are several contiguous areas or groupings. One would be west of 495. I'll go back to that map, as you can see, west of 495. That has access to the new public water supply. Then there's a central section of Route 111, which is mostly the pink and the blue. It's a little bit of green. That's the office park, business, and commercial industrial zone districts. That's what those colorings are. And then there's an eastern area, which includes the existing fire station, Blanchard School, and the old DPW. So you'll see that over on the right. Those are those hatched areas. And you'll note some of the parcels which are outlined in red are not being fully used, but we sort of squared those off to sort of accommodate the zoning. Some of them leak into the ag-res area, but generally following, if they're zone business, that there's a measured distance from Route 111 to the back of the B district, for example. I didn't have those actual distances, but some of these bleed a little bit into ag-res, but they all have frontage on the blue business district. So let's see. The majority, as I noted, are in the industrial commercial, the business one, and the office park districts. It does include some properties along Codman Hill Road, and I'll go back to the map. The maximum distance to Mass Ave and those locations is about half a mile. So you'll see on the left-hand side the green parcels that are shaded just south of Mass Ave. About the furthest distance is about half a mile if you were to come up Codman Hill Road to get to Mass Ave. Oops, sorry. And the only properties that are solely in the ag-res in this particular map, which again is a map of my making, include Blanchard School and the existing fire station, and those already have large commercial buildings. So this is the same map with the dots that identify the current locations that the Fire Station Building Committee is considering. That list of 13 sites is now overlaid onto this hashed district. And as I said, the big punchline is that 12 of the sites are within the hatched area, but this does exclude the 72 Stowe Road. It's shown there, but it's not a hatched mark, so it would not be part of the potential overlay. So the benefits of the overlay district, primarily along existing Route 111, the main corridor in town, includes 12 out of the 13 properties, as I noted, currently under consideration by the building committee. There's a large number of parcels. As I said, I've identified at least 44 for future public safety facilities if needed down the road. This avoids the area identified for potential future walkable village center, sort of the intersection of Stowe Road, Middle Road, and Route 111. And the underlying zoning still remains for future commercial development for many of those parcels that are, currently either business or IC or office park. Could still be developed under those existing zoning requirements. And then the big question, why exclude 72 Stowe Road? Less likely to bring opposition to town meeting if we keep it off the map. We are trying to get consensus here. My tally tonight was pretty 50-50, maybe 60-40 on the sort of ag-res versus non-ag-res. So, we're trying to find consensus and get this thing to pass. It avoids impact to the AR zone property. The only AR zone property on the proposed overlay that I noted earlier already have town-owned buildings, Blanchard School, and the existing fire station. And by eliminating Stowe Road from this particular overlay, you've got fewer residential abutters impacted, because as soon as you add that property, you're going to bring in many more residential abutters. So that is the whole nut. I'll leave the map up so we can discuss as needed.
Thank you, Cindy. Chris, go ahead.
Okay, cool. I think it worked this time. So I guess my question is mostly about the logic of the overlay. So the way it's drawn here, I hate to use the word, but the way it's drawn here feels gerrymandered. As in, I feel like if the intent is to be with frontage on Mass Ave, then it should be everything with frontage of Mass Ave within X number of feet, like a quarter mile or something from Mass Ave. So it should be a uniform stripe all the way through, or everything touching Mass Ave that is industrial, commercial, business, etc. And I'd rather see clear logic rules to that. It's either like just a distance, so it'd be a uniform stripe, or certain distance and touching Mass Ave. Like I don't know, you can see the east. The business pieces that are east on the east end aren't, like the ones next to Blanchard or near Blanchard and all that. I feel like, why not those? Why not these various bits and pieces? Because if we're going to do an overlay, I'd want the overlay to feel very what's the word? Objective and fair. So it's like within X hundred feet of the main corridor. That would feel less arbitrary than this one, but not this one. I get the village center actually answered the chunk. That's like why there's a gap in the middle. Yeah, that was the main bit of having a leg that goes down kind of far south into one district, but nothing that goes north. Yeah. I don't know if that's a clear question, but that's just the first comment. The first thing that jumps to mind of when I see an irregular shape, the first question is, well, why is it that shape?
Yeah, I'll just mention that some of the land at the west end of town there is Mass DOT owned property, so I did not include that. I'm certainly open to revisiting all the parcels. In fact, the other document that I provided with the draft language also has a list of all the properties, and if the board wants to spend that time, I think I'm just trying to get a sense, is this something worth considering? But if the board wants to spend the time going through all the properties, I'm certainly open to that. This is just I guess first cut.
The counterpoint is also how is this better than? So if the other potential option on the table is public safety by right everywhere, if this is, how is this better, or how is this different than that? The one different way is most of ag-res is not included. Okay. But how is that proposal different than public safety by right everywhere except ag-res? And I'm not, like, what is the difference in value between an overlay and everywhere but except ag-res?
Okay, and just generally speaking, we have a lot more pink and green properties, obviously, that are not included in the overlay. The intent was to keep the overlay somewhat targeted, somewhat close to the main corridor. Again, I'm certainly open to folks making other pitches for other parcels, but this seemed to make the most sense for access to the highway, where I believe the majority of calls, as I understand it, are now going to 495, but I don't quote me on that.
That data would be helpful for something that came up in the public comment that I wrote down of where are they actually going? Because that matters. Like if they're all going into Acton, then it wouldn't make sense to put it west of 495. But it would if the opposite were true. And the potential population centers, because public safety also includes things like EMS. And if you want emergency services, yes, there's sirens, but if it's you having the heart attack, you want them there right now. So we might want those kind of things actually in consideration. That's a main reason why I'm very for public safety everywhere, because residential is where you want the ambulance, so you get the response time in 3 minutes. Like my dad had a heart attack a year ago. He happens to live in an older community, and like the ambulance was there within like 3 minutes, and he was in the hospital. He was like already getting set up in the hospital within like 9 minutes. And that matters. So that response time matters a lot. That's why I'm resistant to not allowing public safety in residential, because I think that's where you need some of that stuff.
So we could add a layer onto this, another layer of population density areas. Probably the town planner has that, but I can tell you, just looking at this map, you've got Paddock Estates, you've got Codman Hill, certainly lots of density along Harvard Ridge, which is not the closest, is the first property there at the west of 495. You've also got Carriage Estates, you got the Enclave, you've got population densities along the corridor there. So I think it's not a bad exercise, Chris, to do some demographic density mapping overlay on this.
Yeah.
but your point is well taken. You want the services nearby, but I think the Fire Station Building Committee could probably comment on this. I think they've had a lot of discussion about response time.
So my gist is, I feel like our mission is to deliver them what they asked for, in the sense, or that's what the ask is, that of enable, make an amendment that would enable them to make use of any of the sites that they're considering, and they're taking all of these things into account in the sites they're considering. And we don't want zoning to be the thing that crosses an option off the list. It should be other meaningful reasons why they cross that off the list. So that's it's definitely a potential. An overlay is a potential option to kind of solve the question, but with all the extra work that might have to go into it, I'm not sure the juice is worth the squeeze, if the analogy works, versus just simply doing the public safety all over the place. And I can stop talking so others can speak.
Go ahead, Rich.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to what's the objective here, right? So if I go back to the joint meeting of the Planning Board, Select Board, Fire Station Building Committee, the objective was to come up with zoning that would enable a firehouse in each of the locations that are under consideration. So this attempts to do that, but it falls short by not identifying 72 Stowe Road. So that's kind of like, if the objective was to do that, it kind of, I appreciate, Cindy, that it covers most of the dots, but it misses one important dot that, the Fire Station Building Committee can comment. Is that still, a high potential consideration, or is that lower on the list now? I don't know. But that kind of, I guess, goes to a second point, and yes, the town needs to understand where the calls are, what the needs are of public safety, and where it goes. I don't think that's the planning board's job. I mean, our job is to, from a policy and a land use perspective, identify what locations are appropriate, but not to make the decision on it needs to go here. Whether it's west of town, east of town, which kind of brings me to, and I think, Chris, you said this, if we were to do an overlay, I'd want to see, well, what's north? What are the north locations? Like if you go up Liberty Square Road and you get out towards Liberty Field and you're accessing Route 2, there may be, maybe there's, and I don't know. I mean, if all we're trying to do is solve this current firehouse, then this is a very, very short-term planning exercise. Tell me what location and we'll zone the specific location. But this falls short of that. If the answer is let's go and put in place zoning for public safety, then it needs to account for the northern part of Boxborough. And, Chris, you were going down the path of some distance to Mass Ave, right? And creating some logical line. In my mind, I was thinking, well, if we had to go down the path of because I definitely heard people concerned about public, about municipal uses anywhere. And I know a couple months ago, the concern was you could put a waste dump anywhere in town. But if we're just focused on public safety, and I know there are people that express concern about it going anywhere, but the reality is it's not going to go anywhere. It's going to go where a building committee or the town meeting votes is the best location. Maybe it's not as certainly doesn't seem to be as obstructive or obnoxious as saying it could be anywhere by right. But if there was a concern, we could say, well, we don't have different residential districts, but we could say that it's got to be, on a, we can pick roads. For example, this map only goes to the center of town, but there's Summer Road and there's some commercial property off of Summer Road. There could be a location there. There could also be a firehouse, frankly, at the ice rink area, right? Because I think you're picking up active businesses that already exist. Someone might say, well, that's too far east. Well, again, my job's not to pick where based on the data. My job's to figure out what is acceptable. So if we're going to go down an overlay path that's not a spot zone, I think we need to, number one, include all the locations that the Fire Station Building Committee has said. And number two, we need to include other locations that would account for public safety. So look, this could very well be an option, right? I mean, we got to get to language. Let's put this one, I mean, it's on the option column, but how is this better than just saying, do we not think public safety by right everywhere in town? Do we not think that will pass town meeting, 2/3 majority? Is that the concern?
Is that a rhetorical question? I mean, I heard
yeah.
Because if we thought it would pass that way, we'd be like, that's the easy way to do it. Right?
I think it will. I mean, just from the public hearing we had today, I'm sure I didn't tally everyone, but I got roughly 60-something% that seemed to be implying that. Sorry to butt in.
Yes, no, I mean, that's the fundamental question, right? Because I appreciate what you're trying to do here, but it fails to address one of the key properties, number one. Number two is it fails to address other areas in town. I think overlays have a very specific use, and it's not unheard of, but like, you know, I don't know if there's precedence for a public safety overlay district. Maybe there is, and maybe it doesn't matter. But like, I'm just trying to think of what's the most explainable, easiest to get to, you know, most viable approach. You know, and even if we, you know, I don't know. That's my initial reaction. But anyway, that's all I've got at this moment. Rebecca, thank you.
Thank you, Rich. I just want to say that, you know, we have a fire station building committee, right? And they have said we want these sites, which are covered in this diagram. We're relying on them to advise us what we should be, you know, putting forth here. So they're not asking for outside in any other areas. These are the identified sites. So I feel like as long as we're accommodating the properties that they're highlighting here or looking into, it's going to be a couple less potentially when Mary gets back to us with an update. You know, I feel like that's what we're being tasked with here. My question is, why are we showing 44 sites if we are being tasked with 13? I'm not sure what's backing that or pushing that. And I do also want to say before I stop talking about that, I definitely was at ATM and I heard the reaction from community members about 72. So I am really resistant to bring that forth to the community, just because it will only take one thing to shoot this whole article down. And I don't think that we can risk that with the town. And there was a very clear direction from the community members. They turned up and they were not up for 72. So I would just hate to see all this work go into this and then it just gets shot down because we showed one property that we shouldn't probably do that with. Cindy, I just want to get your feedback on the 44 sites versus the 13.
Yeah, I mean, the 13 aren't contiguous. You know, an overlay should have some contiguous properties. I'm trying to make this expansive enough so there is some future flexibility to allow other properties that might become available down the line, should the town have an interest. So not to be so specific on just the ones the town identified today, but you know, we don't know what the future would bring, but this gives us flexibility east to west. To Rich's point, yes, there might be some properties further to the east or further to the north that we might want to create. This is not one contiguous overlay. These would be sort of clumps, similar to, I think, what we do in our wireless zone. You know, it doesn't have to be one contiguous zone, so you could make multiple. But, you know, the main intent is to keep it in the commercial and the districts and away from the ag res. You know, if there's another spot that might have some concentration of businesses, I'm certainly open to looking at those parcels. But the 44 was to give the town a little more flexibility should some additional parcels become available and the town decide they wanted to do something that we haven't thought of yet. So that was that.
Thanks for explaining that. Rich, go ahead.
Yeah, I guess, so two thoughts. One is 72 Stowe Road should be included. So it's not like I get whatever happened at town meeting. I think a lot might have been caused by the very broad form zoning bylaw that might have caused, concerns there. Because like when we started to debate the firehouse, there were very specific questions about, geez, if the zoning was specific to this lot, that might be different, right? So, but I will say 72 Stowe Road, if I had to agree on any restriction to a by right use, it would, and if it was going to, like, let's say we were in fact talking about an overlay district across all of Mass Ave, right? End to end, east to west, border to border. I would say that any access road should be within that up to some limited distance. Maybe it's a quarter mile, whatever that is. So like that parcel should be in this overlay district. And it's not our call because like in my mind, this is about zoning and this is about land use. And if we're saying we have an overlay district across our main thoroughfare, that ought to include some distance back on each side. I mean, you have hash marks that, go back almost as far on the north side of it. So there should be a band that would allow access from one of those side roads. Any side road could be Hill Road, could be Middle Road, could be Stowe Road, could be Burroughs Road. You show it on Burroughs Road, right? Very much could have an access on Burroughs Road. It could be Liberty Square Road, like any of those access points. To me, if you're going to do it, that's the overlay. So anyway, that's kind of point one. Point two is the more we pick the land and kind of do these machinations, the more this zoning article becomes tied up in the whole notion of where to site the firehouse. And I'd rather the zoning stand on its own merit. I mean, Mark has done a fair amount of work. I've done some. Ian's done some. I mean, the feedback we're getting across the state is don't let zoning stand in the way of public safety. So I don't know. I think 72's got to be in it. If we're going to do an overlay, it's got to allow the whole strip of Mass Ave along with the side roads, some quarter of a mile back. That keeps traffic central to Mass Ave. It's not like, you don't have trucks running all the way down Liberty Square Road, unless of course the fire is up Liberty Square Road, then they have, then they will. But so we could do that. I mean, but the problem is that still leaves out other areas. This just addresses Mass Ave's corridor. So if we're going to go this route, I think we got to broaden it. I still think I'm not convinced a by right is dead on arrival for public safety. Yes, there are people that are against it. I get that. But I mean, I think we've got to pull together all of the history, the background we have from every other community in Massachusetts and what we've heard from the mass planners feedback and what Ian's discovered. Like, I don't know. I'm not convinced it fails. If it does, I'm wrong. But like, I've been wrong before. So anyway, thank you again, Rebecca.
I guess I just want to say that to that point, I mean, we probably have to be prepared to bring two articles forward if that is a direction that the board wants to go in, honestly, because God forbid this thing doesn't pass because of one thing like that is my concern. You know what I mean? So, and again, reminding everybody, we have final language due in 16 days. So just want to be mindful of that. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess that agreeing with the gist that the amendment should stand on its own merits, and I like the idea of we can limit it to just we don't need to fill in the whole use table. I'd like to, but it's fine. It's fine if we don't get there right now. Public safety allowed everywhere by right. I think that'll pass. I could be wrong. That's fine. It might be prudent to have two draft amendments. Put the less restrictive one first, And if that fails, then we're discussing and voting on, you know, a more restrictive one, say the by special permit or by or like an overlay district. And if the first one passes, we can just move to, you know, pass over the less restrictive one, because it's unnecessary at that point. I'm okay with us carrying forward a couple drafts to. Do we have another public? Going to use the wrong term. The other public forum for this.
The planning, another planning board hearing.
Yeah.
A meeting on the 18th.
Okay, so we do have one more. So we could potentially have two drafts. So a, you know, public safety by right and an overlay, and get some public input on those two drafts. And if people are, you know, cheering for one and cursing the other, then we have our question answered. If it seems like there's, you know, significant support for potentially both, we might do them in that tiered approach. I'm not opposed to, you know, Article 1A and Article 1B, and if 1A passes, we pass over B. If 1A fails, then we go for B. I'm okay. It's more work. I don't think it's necessarily needed, but sure.
So we'll have to build in time for legal review as well. So, I mean, if we have a meeting on the 18th, we're supposed to have draft close to finished language due on the 12th.
Okay.
So I don't know, we might have to pull another meeting together for this, is my thoughts, right? But I'm going to open that up to the board to just consider and think about.
How much can be worked on, or would open meeting law prevent us from doing much work outside of this format?
Yeah, we need to do it in this forum.
Okay. We couldn't necessarily draft something and then send it around to the group, because it would have to be discussed. Okay.
I'm going to let Alec respond to that one.
I thought his head go no. So yeah.
As planners, if you give us direction, Ian and I can prepare meetings for we can prepare materials for meetings. We can circulate those to you in advance. You can compile your feedback, but we're not allowed to circulate that feedback until we do so in a public forum such as a hearing.
Okay. All right.
So I guess, you know, I'm looking at the clock, 9:07. We've got another big potentially big hearing coming up next. I would just like to get kind of a vibe from the board about how we would like to proceed on this, because we really do need to make a decision right now. And if it's giving Alec marching orders to do that, or, you know, just we have to determine who's going to take and make those drafts, right? So we have to walk away from here knowing what we're planning to do, and or schedule another meeting for us to review this together. So tossing that out there, seeing Cindy's hand up first. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to bring up. So I did bring language for the last article, and I brought language tonight for this article. I'm happy to share those if we're sort of done discussing tonight. The language for the original article, I think, was in my June 3rd, July 3rd, June 3rd presentation. What was the date on that? June 3rd, June 30th. Was my proposed. So, you know, I've advanced some language on two different articles or two different concepts. You know, I don't see any other language to work off of. So I'm happy to continue to work on this, but we need to start somewhere. And, you know, we can schedule another reading, but I feel like we don't have a template other than, like I said, what I've created. So I'd like to know what the board members want to use. And also, you know, if we're going to pursue the overlay, or it sounds like you want to pursue both the overlay and a zoning table addition of public safety. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I'd like to just get a poll from the board about how we want to proceed on that. I do realize that you've given language to us. We do have language, but I'm also hearing the inclusion of residential. And so, and we haven't seen any language for that really yet. So, Rich, Chris, you would be more in support of that article. So I would just love to hear your feelings about, how you'd like to proceed on that. It was Rich, but now it's Chris. So go ahead, Chris.
Okay, either way. Yeah, so I'd be for just defining public safety, adding public safety use to the use table. And if we want to make that as simple as possible as an amendment, and that would be by right in all districts. I'd be good with that. I think that would pass. It might need some advocacy, but I think that would work. That's the simplest solution to solve what we need now. We would have to come back and feed in all the other various municipal uses to make sure they had spots, because I don't want to leave the future town in a position where we can't rebuild something. But yeah, I'd be fine with that. It's the overlay option I don't think is needed. I think it's work that we don't need to do. But if others are anxious that by right everywhere isn't gonna pass, then I'm okay with doing the extra work if we want a contingency plan.
So, Rich, I'll get to you in just a second, but I mean, I'm hearing clearly that we've got two members that are in support of AR or residential, this use in every single district, right? And then we've got two board members that are opposing that right now. So it almost feels like we are split, right? So I think we do probably need to do the two different options, but Rich, go ahead.
That's kind of where I was going to go, Rebecca. We're not going to resolve it tonight, but given the timeline, we need to sort of progress to a point where we can have more discussion, more public input. So, Cindy, and I was trying to find your language, but I mean, I think that Alec or Ian, and Alec had put together an original proposal. Maybe, one option is it's a table that adds this specific public safety with a definition that Ian had proposed, and article language that they can draft up, and maybe leveraging, Cindy, what you have. But so, one option is, okay, here's the by right kind of use for public safety in all zones. And then we, as part of that discussion, we could always split off and say, okay, is it by right, or do we want to, put a footnote that it's by right, but only, it's got to be so many feet from Mass Ave. Like, we could do different permutations off that, including a special permit, which I'm a little fearful of, but we can talk about that. So I think that's kind of one option. The second is we could certainly say, okay, let's look at this further at the at an overlay. I think it's got to be built out a little more. I think, Cindy, you got some feedback tonight.
I lost you.
Am I not? Can you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think coming to the next meeting with a couple of those options, and maybe Alec and Ian can kind of help us. And I'm certainly willing to draft up, if there's a, kind of just a simple add it to the use table. It can be by right everywhere for now, and we can kind of play with that. I'm happy to do that, but I think maybe we can get some help from the town planning office to come in with two options for the next meeting. So we're ready to continue the discussion, because we're not going to solve it tonight.
Thanks. I just want to make sure that we have clear direction going forward, because we're under the gun here. So thank you, Rich. Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, if you want me to share my screen with the language I put up last time, I'm happy to do that. And I also drafted language for the overlay. Again, both of these are in your packet. I'm happy to put them in the packet again, but it would be helpful tonight. And also, Rebecca, do you want to get some more public feedback tonight before we move on? Because we're sort of in the midst of this. It might be useful to hear what folks think, or if you don't have time, because I know we've got another significant hearing, but I feel like the audience is pretty tuned in. It would be nice to hear a little bit more from folks, but that's just my opinion.
So you have included those draft bylaws, and if you can go through them very briefly, just because I'm looking at the clock right now, and just kind of maybe just talk about the two different options. I think that would be helpful, because we already have that language. And then, it sounds like are we tasking you, Rich, with drafting a first pass, or are we tasking Alec? I just want to make sure everybody knows who's doing what.
I can do the first pass and send it to Alec.
And I think it would be really, really helpful for us to have this circulated just in the interest of time, Alec, and you can secure added feedback from the board members. I know you won't be able to disclose that to the other board members, but if you could collect it, is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's entirely possible. So it's the exact phrasing I forget, but so long as I make it available to the public simultaneously to making it available to you, I can take all of your comments and feedback, merge them together, and then post those.
Yeah, I think that would be just to try to keep things moving forward as quickly as possible. Go ahead, Cindy. Just
yeah. So this was the original proposal, and if there's questions about these two no's being a yes, and folks want to change that, but this is essentially the structure of the change. This has got, that's all it would be, and then I think I had a definition to add under 9.2. This is my definition, and I know we've got some other thoughts about that, but that would be it. That would be option one. And then the language for the overlay district, let me just bring that up.
I thought Alec was taking notes and had that was making an Excel table, which basically did that the last time. I thought we had an example.
That was when we were looking at all of the uses.
Yeah.
But we're trying to focus it on the public safety. These are the two articles that Cindy's already brought forward for us.
Yeah. Okay. No, I thought we already had the public safety definition.
Oh.
Spelled out, and what was that the last time we met?
I don't think we ever agreed on a definition. It sounds like you brought a few in that spreadsheet, which was pretty extensive. But okay. I don't think we agreed on it. And this is the language I would bring for the overlay district. This is sort of modeled after other overlay districts. It's pretty clean and simple. You put the purpose, what the overlay is, and where it is, and basically reference as an appendix, which is what we do with several of our other maps. Terms defined. Again, I threw in the term that I had used, but
sure,
you can play with that. And then this is just the list of the properties that would be referenced in the map, which are the 44 properties that I had mentioned. So again, this is in your packet as well, that I just added today. So this language is pretty cut and dry and easily added as well. So in my mind, these could be done pretty simply, but we got to be working off of something. So
yeah, like that language definitely works. I would just argue around the actual overlay itself of the pick a number of feet or something and just go north and south of Mass Ave and just make a uniform stripe.
But if just so I understand that, because like we could be impacting like residential, yep. And there's all different zones and districts, and like in doing that.
Well, I think if you're going to do an overlay, it's what is the logic of the overlay? Is it access to the main thoroughfare? If yes, then everything that touches it. If it's access to the main thoroughfare and not residential, and that's what the rule should be, and that means, the library doesn't work.
Yeah, I mean, again, we have some flexibility, but I don't know that you need to pull every property in. I did put some logic on it, and I'm happy to go through that, and I know we don't have time tonight. But that's the intent of how you create the overlay. Let's put some logic to it. I did try to do that, and I'm happy to walk you through how I selected it. But again, that would be for a working session.
Yeah,
possibly not.
I will open this up very briefly to the community for some comments, if there's additional comments. But I would like to ask if the board feels that it would be helpful to sneak another meeting in. We've got so much coming down the pipe, and the 18th is pretty well spoken for with other applications and stuff. So, I just want to toss that out to the board members right now. Please, community members, I just ask that you keep it really brief so we can move on to our MBTAs. If you don't mind, please go ahead, state your name and your address. Diana.
Diana Lapare, 394 Littlefield Road. I'll make this very quick. I would suggest that, Chris, that you take a look at the actual zoning map, and you will see that parcels don't necessarily correspond to zoning. There's a tremendous amount of business that goes along that doesn't match with the parcels, and they look like they all are in the AR district, but in reality, they're not. So this is not a gerrymandered map, which was the phrase that you used. It's a logical map that talks about the potential along a major commercial corridor. And the idea that we would have to put a certain limitation or a maximum on all the side streets seems to be an unnecessary add-on, because I can tell you as a realtor, we have to be concerned about our tax base as well. And there's a lot of residential property. There is quite a bit actually on Mass Ave as you're heading away from the 495. So just be careful with what you do with this map, because the fact is an overlay district does not have to be a perfect square or a perfect rectangle. And there's a logic to having it go over on the west side by the 495, because those are office park districts that are heavily commercial, some of them. So your need to make this very neat seems misguided. But I thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Diana. Mary? Mary Brolin?
Yeah, sorry, I had to get unmuted. Thank you for all your thoughtful work on this. I know it's a lot of work and you're doing it under pressure. I would like to make the pitch for 72 Stowe Road being included in whatever you do. It is a very viable option still at this time. And it will have a cost differential from any other property between $2 and $6 million, and we're hearing how important cost is. So I don't want to take it off the table. We are trying our best to find another option to get it out of that neighborhood. But because of the timing of this with our timing, I would love to see it stay on so that we have that flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Again, folks, if you could do your name and your address moving forward. Mark, go ahead.
All right. I'm not picking on poor Mary. I'm just saying that I disagree.
Name and address, Mark.
Excuse me?
Name and address, please.
Mark Barbadoro, 627 Old Harvard Road. And the reason I disagree, Mary, is because I would like to have an article that I would be able to support. So, and I think there's plenty of people in town who feel the same way. And what we want is to vote for a zoning map that will give you more flexibility than just 502, which is the only one you can do without a zoning change. So I'm here trying to make that happen. And I'm deathly afraid of spending another town meeting and another $650,000 if Priya is correct and it's $4,000 a day, and put all that at risk for 72 Stowe Road. Because by the time we're done trying to jam 72 Stowe Road in, we'll have spent millions of dollars. And as you know, I don't think the numbers quite add up with respect to the flex space. And so I don't think it's that much more expensive, but I do know that we are burning a lot of money trying to broaden this thing, right? Where these guys are trying to broaden the fire station location to everywhere, which is encouraging people to vote against it. And I heard Chris talk about gerrymandering, but gerrymandering is when you, for partisan purposes, draw a map to actually exclude people. But with this, the narrower the scope becomes, the more likely it is to pass. So you're actually uniting the vote when you make the map smaller. Also, along 111 are a lot of homes. And you want to actually carefully pick and select so that you don't harm your neighbors and get them to vote against the article. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, I see 3 more people and then we're going to shift gears. But Kristen, go ahead. Name and address, please.
Sure. Kristen Hillberg, 1112 Hill Road. All right. So a couple of things. We go to print for the warrant on September 12th. So I so appreciate you sticking to all the dates, but I will say that as the current chair, I tend to appreciate hard work. And if you need a little more time and we get into a little bit of a pagination crunch, we'll figure it out. So, I really appreciate the due diligence and gathering as much input as you can. Now, the select board, as we move forward, at BLF, we all talked about offering A, B, and C options. When we get to the fire station, it might not be prudent to just say, this is it, vote yes or no, we're out of here. We are likely going to have to break from tradition and do exactly what Chris said, where you start with one thing, it passes, great, you move over other things, it doesn't pass, you go to the next option until we can find what's best for the town. Because Mark's right, we can't keep letting money spill through our fingers. I'm in favor of the broadest overlay district to give the town as many options as possible. Again, reiterating what I said earlier, it's better to have more options and let town meeting decide what's best versus limit the options up front and say, here, this is all you get. So take your time, do your work, and as long as we have it in September, I think we're going to be okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Kristen. Sorry, RNC Cisco.
Oh, no.
We can hear you.
Okay. My view just, sorry, Kathy Cisco, Cobley Road. A minor detail, but if you could expand your definition to also include emergency management services. You have police, fire, or EMS, but the fire chief is also the emergency management director in the town. So I would not want emergency management to be not included.
Thank you.
And you could follow up with the fire chief on that.
Okay, Rebecca Hoy.
Okay. So again, Rebecca Hoy, 57 Cunningham Road. And Cunningham Road is on the list. It has a huge red dot on it, as a matter of fact. So I would just like to iterate a point I've made at a few planning meetings before, which is the fact that this town is on wells, and in this area, there's already paddock estates, which increased their pull from the aquifer during COVID. They're pulling a lot of water for all of their residents. There's Vibologics across the street, which is pulling a lot of water for its uses. And my well is already salty from 495 and potentially from the apartment complex that's right behind my house. So I would just like to point out that water is a big deal. I don't know if the fire department actually fills its trucks from their well, but they do wash their trucks a lot. They do wash their uniforms. There's a lot of contaminants that come from that. So I would just like to caution any relocation of the fire department, be mindful of its impact on the water table and on the wells of the residents that are close by, because we do not have municipal water. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Okay. All right. So do we want to, as a board, discuss the potential for an additional meeting here? Or do we think that we can, pull together these drafts and circulate them?
Would this be a continuation of the public hearing?
Yes. But I'm just trying to, before we get that motion in play, I just want to make sure we're talking about the.
So the next meeting is what, the 18th?
The 18th.
Yeah, and language is due the 14th?
Language is due the 12th, and final is due the 20th, but I've heard from Kristen that we might be able to squeeze a few days out of it. Is it a few days? Is it a week? Kristen, would you like to speak to that? What would be feasible?
Mike can Mike's got his input there. I'm going to say if you can get it to us a week before we go to print, we're good. In other words, the week after Labor Day. Mike, you can disagree with me, but I think this is just so important. If we have to bang it out at the end, that's what we have to do.
Go ahead, Mike. Can we unmute Mike? Town Hall? There you go.
Yeah, I'd like to just have a discussion at my office about this, because we are required, to get it out to residents. You have to go, so we really can't back it up too much. How about if we get back to you in the next day?
That would be great. Thank you. And just noting again that we will need a little bit of time to get this reviewed from a legal perspective as well. So we just got to build that time in there as well.
I think I would be okay with adding another meeting. I think we need it, but Alex got his hand up. You'd ask my opinion. I think if we want to do next Monday, I'd be okay with that. I say that now, but I think.
Thanks, Rich. Alec?
Thanks, Rebecca. Sorry. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. We will have a little bit of flexibility built in. I have spoken with Kelly about this, but I'll let Mike and his team discuss what a truly final deadline would look like. I would encourage doing both, though, scheduling an additional meeting and taking advantage of whatever time is given to us. Your currently next scheduled meeting is the 18th. I would recommend this board consider the 11th, which would be simultaneous to a select board meeting where they, it's my understanding, will be closing their warrant. Later tonight, we'll discuss submitting placeholders in the interim to reserve a spot for articles, but I'd recommend one meeting out, and that gives Ian and I a little bit of time to compile some drafts or compile feedback, whatever that might look like.
Thanks, Alec. Pulling the board. We don't need vacation, do we? Is everybody available on the 11th? I will make myself available on the 11th.
It looks like yes at the moment.
Yes, I can be.
All right, thank you. Alec, can you circulate that to Mark White as well? That meeting is being scheduled, because he will be unaware of that.
Yes, so I will put it on our calendar for August 11th. If the board is ready to do so, you can move to continue this public hearing for August 11th at 7:05 p.m.
Can I ask a question before that motion? Would it be possible to squeeze in a working session before the next public hearing, or is it every time the board meets, we need to have the hearing?
Now that you have opened a public hearing, you must do all your work within the scope of a public hearing. However, whether you choose to accept public comment during that hearing is up to the chair's discretion.
Okay, that's kind of what I meant. Have we turn that into a publicly available, but more of a working session, so we can get some of this work done?
Yeah, if that's like the primary agenda item, that could work. Sorry, dog's getting cranky.
Okay, so Alec has made a suggestion for a motion. Does anyone want to move that?
So moved for August 11th at 7 p.m.
Second.
Okay, moved by Cindy, seconded by Rich. Thank you. Roll call. Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
Chris Dowdy.
Dowdy, aye.
Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
And Werner, aye. Thank you all. And thank you to the community members who gave us all this great feedback. It was needed, and we were waiting for it. So thank you. Okay. It is 9:33, so let's move on. I am going to reopen the public hearing for MBTA Communities Overlay Zoning District. So this is continued in accordance with MGL Chapter 40A, Section 5. The Boxborough Planning Board will continue a public hearing pursuant to consider the following proposed zoning bylaw amendments: adoption of a overlay district zoning district to comply with MBTA Communities Act of 2021. Further amendment of the bylaw to comply with the MBTA Communities Act of 2021. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. All right. Let's see. Again, I think we should probably open this up to public comment, because I'm still noting there's a number of people on. So I'd like to invite the public to ask questions and comments at this time. I'm going to try to limit this a bit just so that we can move things forward, because it is starting to get late and this could be a pretty dense conversation. So please try to keep it to 2 minutes, and then you can always come back and ask another question. I'm not seeing a lot of people line up right now, but with that, Mark, go ahead. You're the first one up. State your name and address, please.
Mark Barbado Road, 627 Old Harvard Road.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say one thing. I know the MBTA communities I haven't been paying too much attention, but I know that they were considering 72 Stowe Road, and I'm really concerned about the neighborhood and the people who live around there. And I think that because of the density that's allowed with the MBTA communities, if we don't deed restrict the parcel for something that is vastly smaller than the maximum size potential, then it would have a significant impact on that neighborhood, and it will make a lot of people miserable. So I think unless the housing board or the Affordable Housing Trust, or both, I can't remember what mechanism it is, were to actually be willing to engage in something like that, I would just like 72 Stowe Road off the table. For it, there are better sites for it. I personally feel that the best way to plan for housing is to put density where density lies and keep the protected open space. Consider it like, Central Park in New York, where you don't, fill it up just because it's vacant. You let the, historic nature of the scenic road kind of thrive there. And alternatively, if the housing board winds up having to, or Affordable Housing Trust has to sell the land to a developer, and 5 or 6 houses go on there, that's the A&R amount that I came up with when I looked at the lots. I think that would not be the end of the world for the land either. And then the trust can get some more money and put roofs on people's houses and everything else that they want to do. Thanks a lot. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mark. Diana?
Yeah, a couple of things. I know that the town planner, at least, and I guess the board, is still pursuing 72 Stowe Road or District 6. The fact of the matter is there is not enough water for high density on District 6. And I know perfectly well that the town is not required to engineer the site for a developer. But the fact is, as the town planner, Alec, mentioned at the last meeting, now that that information is there, he's required to disclose it to the state. The fact of the matter is there was a 2020 report which was a significant water investigation by the Board of Health, etc. And on March 9th, 2023, the Affordable Housing Board put out a presentation, and I have the slides, and if you'd like me to send them to you, I'm happy to do that, showing that in reality, the site only supports 34 bedrooms. And what they had planned was 14 units only, 6 townhouses of 3 bedrooms, 6 townhouses of 2 bedrooms, and 2 one-story, 2-bedroom houses. That is not anywhere near the density that would be required of 15 units per acre. So I don't know why the board is still considering this. On the opposite side, District 1 cuts, as somebody said recently, and I think it was Rich Gazzardi, or maybe it was Mark White at the last meeting. It checks all the boxes, particularly its proximity to the train station at Littleton, and it's close to the current units there do use Littleton water. The big question that I have that I did not get answered, the town planner mentioned that it was a hybrid situation and that the town got credit for the units that were already built on those parcels. And since those units that are currently there are over 120 units, and we are only required to build 118, my question is, how does that work?
Thank you, Diana. Richard Hilton, please.
Alex, answer my question.
Madam Chairperson, do you want me to answer that now, or do you want me to come to that at my presentation?
I think that we're going to be revisiting a presentation, Diana, so I think we'll go through that. Please make note of Diana's question. She can readdress it when we get there if she needs to. Richard Hillman, please.
Okay, so the town planner and the chair of the EDC a year and a half ago started a whole process to create a new town center, viable and affordable and enticing area in our new town center. 72 Stowe Road, and I'm sorry, I'm going to have to mention the house that's there, has a whole gigantic history behind it and architecturally significant. 72 Stowe Road could be a great asset to the quality of life in Boxborough Town Center. Enticing people to come here, it could have even financial, assets. So doing a fire station or a gigantic housing, no. We need to do something really special with this place that will involve quality of life improvements on our town. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Mary Brolin, name and address.
Yep, it's still going.
Mary Brolin, 153 Guggins Lane, and I am not speaking as a member of the Fire Station Building Committee. I love Boxborough because sometimes we disagree and sometimes we agree. I'm going to also say that I'm not in support of 72 Stowe Road for the MBTA community designation. I believe, as others have mentioned, that we know there are limitations there. So depending on how many of the units you designate there, it feels like it would not meet the intent of the requirement and would be disingenuous for Boxborough to put this forward. And so I don't think we should be doing that. And thank you for your consideration of that.
Thank you, Mary. Al Murphy.
Al Murphy, 72 Stowe Road. The housing board, which is sort of the proprietor of Stowe Road, has made no secret about the limitations. There are all manner of reports that show that the number of houses that you can build there is limited by a combination of design, flow, nitrogen loading, and your ability to build a well that will supply enough water. I currently calculate it's capable of supporting about 44 bedrooms, and the number of units that correspond to those bedrooms depends on whether you distribute that on the kind of units you build, whether you build 2-bedroom units, 3-bedroom units, whatever. The MBTA zoning requirements is a matter of great curiosity to me. They do not seem to care about whether you actually could build 118 units on the property, and you certainly cannot on Stowe Road. We've said that quite clearly. The only advantage of Stowe Road for being included in the MBTA communities is it's probably the property that would enable us to put housing on right away. You don't have to tear down the Meanmore condominiums or anything like that. You could put housing on it. You probably would only get something like 20 units of housing on it, but it'd be a good start. That's the advantage of it. Whether it complies with the MBTA Communities Act, it's a great mystery to me. But in fact, you cannot build anywhere close to 118 units on Stowe Road. Everybody knows that, and we've said that repeatedly.
Thank you, Al. Barbara Salzman.
Hi. I'm a little baffled by including Stowe Road in this consideration. It was my understanding the intent is for it to be near public transportation, the train, so this is not the area. But also, we in Boxborough have been talking for a very long time about our town center, what we want our town center to look like, what we want our town center to feel like, how we want our community to come together, and how much this could improve Boxborough. So I think I see this as completely counter to this discussion, and I urge you not to include this as part of the MBTA community. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Les Fox.
Yes, Les Fox, 187 Hill Road. I just want to speak to a comment made earlier by Diana about water at Stowe Road. There is no known limitation due to any investigation that's been done on the availability of water. It's been modeled based upon typical rules for wells and septic systems that would be placed there in the right location to satisfy all the Title V rules and so forth. As Al said, the key limiting factor is Title V effluents, particularly nitrogen loading, and that is something that's very dependent upon the level of treatment that would be done for wastewater. But to maximum possible intensity of development, my understanding is you could probably put 44 units or thereabouts on that parcel. They would have to be senior housing because there are special rules for senior and so on. It gets quite complicated, all the trade-offs that would have to be made, and it's by no means clear a developer would find it worthwhile doing all that. But as far as we know, there's plenty of water there, just as there's plenty of water in most of Boxborough. Just a stone's throw away from that location is on the enclave. That's 25 duplexes, 50 units of housing, and they have a very big public water supply well. No problem with water there. So don't let water distract you from this discussion. It has to do with other things.
Thank you. Robin Lazaro.
Robin Lazaro, 959 Hill Road. I admit I'm uneducated on this topic, but all I see is mention, or it sounds like a default of District 1, which is Hill Road and Liberty Square Road. And I'm concerned about what this potentially means for the value of residences in those areas. Yeah, I guess I'm a NIMBY in that regard, but still, I want to protect the value of my home. So I don't really know what this overlay really means and what kind of land we're talking about. I mean, there's conservation land in the area. I don't know how this would work. So if you could point me to some resource, I can educate myself, but I do just want to voice a concern about defaulting to Hill Road and Liberty Square Road. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin. The packet does have all of the presentations that Alec has pulled together and all of the information. So that's one consolidated place that you can jump into. But I think based on that last comment, I'm going to roll into opening it up to you, Alec, to give a brief presentation to the community members right now.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And I do promise it is brief, or at least briefer than my previous ones. I know I get long-winded with these things, but it is an important topic. So bear with me real quick. I just need to get my presenter window up over here. I need to enter full screen over here. Share screen. To share. All right. So this is going to look substantially similar, but you will find it is very thinned out. So tonight we are going to skip the hearing notice. We've already done that. I'm going to give you a brief introduction of the law. We will discuss some public engagement that has occurred between this last meeting and your current. You will once again review the proposed districts, and we will discuss dimensional regulations. As the board was discussing and as you were taking public feedback, I took the liberties of kind of reorganizing how I'm going to take this presentation. We will start with an introduction of the law. Then we will look at the 2 remaining proposed districts that are deeply in consideration. I'll discuss the public engagement that has been recently conducted for district number 6. And then we can discuss dimensional regulations. Dimensional regulations is also a good opportunity to stop and review what I call the spreadsheet of, let's call it unit bank. So it kind of discusses the modeled unit capacity versus the existing unit capacity today, parcel by parcel. So you can kind of understand what that looks like. All right. So for those who are hearing this for the first time or may have forgotten, the MBTA Communities Act was first passed in 2020, signed into law into 2021. It was a predominantly bipartisan bill, but of course, since then, we've heard all about it in the news from those communities that have chosen to comply, those communities that have chosen not to. A total of 177 communities, not 175, there's actually 2 additional, were put into the scope of this law, and effectively, it impacts towns that are either directly served or adjacent to MBTA or other rapid transit resources. As an example, this missing middle graphic has been widely circulated, and it demonstrates the different types and density of housing we're looking at. Here in Boxborough, we have a deadline of December 2025 to make our decision. What we need to do as an adjacent small town is create a district that would have a capacity of 118 units. Now, capacity means that it can include things that already exist, effectively take it down to its base level and consider the surface and subsurface of the land. So, for example, what you can include in your district includes parcels that have already been built on, parcels that have not already been built on. What you cannot include are those endangered resources or other critical resources that would in perpetuity prevent development. So that's things like deed restrictions, wetlands or conservation land, or wellhead protection areas, for example. As a brief run through of how we've gotten here, I won't go step by step, but I'll highlight the most recent. In 2024, we secured consulting services through grant dollars. I'm very proud of the fact that thus far, all of the resources that have gone into this have been state grant funded. We have not had to use local tax dollars. We did a robust community visioning process that included several public engagement methods, from surveying, tabling, foruming, and using of an advisory group, and now we're at a stage where we're narrowing our districts down to consider. We are down to 2 predominant districts, although of course this board could, I assume, ask me to explore others, but as you've already heard from some commenters tonight, there's a real focus on the 2 that we have in front of us. So we're going to real quickly jump into proposed District 1. This is located at the peak of Hill Road. So you'll see Hill Road runs along into Littleton. You'll see the Meanmore condominiums, what I call the fingerlings, which are 4 6-unit apartment buildings, a single family home, and a portion of an undeveloped parcel, 1172 Hill Road. This is the hybrid approach to compliance, where we utilize existing construction, in some cases where we expect there would be no construction or only ever reconstruction would occur, but it does allow room for medium to long-term growth over time. In speaking with apartment owners and other members of the community in this immediate vicinity within the district, there is little to no expectation of immediate growth, but it leaves the room open in the future. Further, this district would allow the town to partner with Littleton and apply for funding for sidewalks, bike lanes, traffic calming measures, and rapid transit services, supporting bringing a population from this district immediately 0.9 miles north to the station. All right, we're going to skip over dimensional regulations and come back to those. We'll now highlight proposed district number 6. Proposed district number 6 is 1172 Road, and sorry, not 1172. It is 72 Stowe Road and 72 Stowe Road rear. That's the adjacent small square parcel in common ownership as part of the master plan of land. This parcel would allow for short-term growth, but as has been noted by multiple commenters, there are known development limitations. I am working hard now to get an appointment on the books with the state. I was desperately hoping to get that on the books ahead of tonight's meeting, but unfortunately it has not happened. Similarly, choosing of this district would provide us opportunity to access funding for things like sidewalks, traffic calming measures. I will note that it is already adjacent to our existing regional bus route, the Boxborough Connects March service. So we would be able to connect potential residents through a simple deviation of the route, simply bringing the bus off of 111 and over to 72 Stowe Road, and then connect them to the South Acton train station to the east. As noted, short-term growth is quite possible here. To what capacity? There is obviously a good amount of discrepancy. There are no development limitations, but nonetheless, if the state was to allow this district and the town was to advance this district, we would have to issue a request for proposals, we're being told, roughly within 2 years, perhaps even less. For this district in particular, the other district prior to the public hearing, we had already done some community engagement, specifically direct outreach to over 120 residents who lived in apartment buildings and condominiums. We had incredibly low turnout, but it's my understanding that those conversations continue in the background with residents reaching out to known elected and appointed officials who are either directing them to speak with me, furthering a couple of conversations, or helping dissuade some immediate concerns and directing people to the resources on the website, including these PowerPoint presentations. For proposed district number 6 on Friday, I had the absolute pleasure of joining the residents of Enclave at their clubhouse. A total of 28 residents were present. That included, I believe, 1 or 2 members of Sheriff's and Tisbury Meadows. All 3 housing developments were invited to attend. I presented on proposed district number 6. I presented on the requirements that would come with it. And I fielded a variety of questions. It was a very productive 2-hour meeting. It's a real pleasure to have the opportunity to speak with them directly. And they won the award thus far of highest turnout at any individual event. So much appreciated to them and the team for being willing to come out and talk about the project. At the end of the engagement session, we did a very simple public engagement exercise. I took an old tissue box. I took some red Post-its. I took some green Post-its. I said, you drop a Post-it based on color into the box. Green Post-it corresponds with you would vote for a district on this land, and a red Post-it corresponds for you would not vote for a district on this land. It was a very middle of the pack split. 13 individuals, we had 28 that attended, only 25 voted. Of those 25, 13 individuals voted that they would vote in favor of a district on 72 Stowe Road, and 12 individuals voted that they would vote against a district on 72 Stowe Road. So you can see that in the room is very much split down the middle. Very appreciative of the opportunity and happy to report back out. Next steps in this process, as I said, I am still working hard to get the state to schedule a meeting. I'm trying to go right up the ladder to the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities, if not the Attorney General's office, to confirm with the folks who would then be charged with reviewing this district, to confirm based on our known information if they would allow the town to flip this to eligible land. I'll note that that is an important part of the process. It's been a while since we talked about it, but municipal land is one of the things you cannot typically consider in a district, but exceptions are being made if the land is owned by a housing board or an affordable housing trust, where there's an express intent for it to be housing. There's a lot that goes into that. I'll have the conversation with them and report back to the board unless the board chooses to exclude this district. If at any time you choose to exclude this district or the Hill Road district, I will immediately remove that from consideration and advance only the district remaining in question. I think now is a good opportunity, Madam Chairperson, for me to pause. I do want to answer the question that was posed, if that's acceptable to you, to break down what hybrid compliance looks like. And then if the board is ready, we can start talking dimensional regulations, or you can talk amongst yourselves, ask questions of me in the meantime.
Thanks, Alec. Yes, please field that question that came in from Diana, if you would.
Okay, absolutely. So we've actually developed a spreadsheet using the help of our consultant to help model out by parcel basis. And further, a board member did ask the question if we could kind of count up and take stock of what is existing in District 1 in particular. So bear with me. Madam Chairperson, if you could just let me know, is this legible or do you need me to zoom in a little bit?
No, it looks good.
Okay. Fantastic. So what you'll see, you can ignore this. This is the location ID. That's important for geographic stuff. This is the address, what it is commonly known as. To help give you some context, here is the ownership status. So you can see that a couple of these parcels are still under the ownership of trustees. What I'll note is from row 7 down comprises all of the parcels that make up the Meanmore condominiums and their original approvals. So effectively group all of these parcels in together. Under individual ownership, you have 1172 Hill Road. That is an undeveloped parcel to the rear of the single family home. To the single family home, 1178 Hill Road, you'll see noted here. And then additionally, you will see what I call fingerling apartment buildings are in rows 3 through 6. So to break this down and how to interpret, we demonstrate the existing housing type in column D. You can see, for example, 1172 Hill Road, I have tagged as vacant. However, Meanmore condominiums, I have multifamily and condominium. That is an important distinction from multifamily rental. Condominiums are governed by condominium law. And typically that requires something to the tune of a 90% vote if the condominium owners ever wanted to sell their establishment and build it as something different. Now that's a different situation than from, say, if you were to rebuild due to natural disaster, fire, something to that effect, where that could be done under this zoning code without requiring something to the tune of a 90% vote. Multifamily rental units are slightly different. Those are owned by one individual or an individual entity. That entity or individual does have the right, subject to standard eviction law, to proceed with the redevelopment of their land if they saw fit to do so. What that typically looks like is you'll see property owners, landlords will encumber funds over the course of a couple years. They'll accrue their wealth. They'll seek investors. They will then work towards relocating or otherwise evicting potential residents that might be in there as it exists, and then they will bring forward proposals for new growth. What I'll note here, you'll see in column E are your existing unit counts compared to column F, where you see your modeled. Now I'll note the modeled is the maximum capacity. This does not include those things that exclude development. So this doesn't include wetlands that are factored in. This doesn't include wellhead protection areas. This doesn't include the roads and the infrastructure that intersect and prevent development. So what I can say with complete confidence is here in column F, this is ultimately an inflated number. Column E shows you your existing number. And so if you want to consider what the growth would look like over time, where again, we've been told outright by the landowners that there's no immediate intent to change, there's no interest in growing or redeveloping, you can see the change over time. For example, here, 1172 Hill Road, we know that that parcel does have the presence of wetlands, but that does not show in your modeled unit count. Ultimately, there is not enough land to support 66 units, but that's what the inflated number would look like. That's your medium to long-term growth. Additionally, you see a little bit of growth, potentially doubling the capacity of each one of these apartment buildings. But someone used the analogy earlier, is the juice worth the squeeze? Probably not without raising a good amount of the capital on the front end. Most notably, and we have experience with this here in Boxborough, with the age of the Meanmore condominiums and in comparison to recent situations in town, this approach provides a protection. The Meanmore condominiums would have the right to rebuild. If you look, there's an existing 96 units comprised across these 4 parcels that make up the master plan of land. When you add up these unit capacities here, 44, 24, 36, you get to over 96. That guarantees they would have the by right ability to reconstruct their condominium building should a natural disaster or some other detriment occur over time. That's referred to as paper compliance, but in my opinion, is a reasonable and legitimate approach to this, where the town leverages its existing housing stock and preserves it in perpetuity. That is another intent of this law. not just growth over time, but preservation of existing multifamily. And finally, the single family home is located on a lot slightly larger than 1 acre. So again, we have no indication that these property owners are interested in building. My understanding, it's a family who loves living in Boxborough. They're very interested in continuing to live here and raise their families. If and ever they chose to act on the overlay zoning district, they would be able to get up to 23 units, probably less than that due to site constraints on the land itself. So that gives you a sense of what a hybrid approach to compliance looks like.
Thanks, Alec. Okay. So I'd like to just take a moment and open this up to board comments. Seeing Rich's hand, go right up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Rebecca. I guess, you know, I appreciate, Alec, you've done a lot of work on Stowe Road. You know, we got Stowe Road was identified because we went through all of the whole process you mapped out, and, you know, that was one of the prioritized sites. I think at this point, I'm prepared to say, let's move past Stowe Road. I think we've gotten some feedback tonight on Stowe Road. You know, I think we've, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the MBTA Communities Working Group, which I was a part of, and I see there are some members on from that committee tonight, including you, Rebecca. But like we've discussed and debated a lot of the traits of these sites through that process as well. And I know there's been a lot of momentum and a lot of positive feedback around the location at that junction, really, of Hill Road and I guess it's what is it, Taylor Road at that point, or is it Liberty Square still? But in any case, and it's just less than a mile from the train station. So I mean, I'm prepared to say, let's stop Alec from having to exercise memory muscle and work on 72 Stowe Road. And let's move on and proceed with focus on the Hill Road site. It's my thought.
Thanks, Rich. Go ahead, Chris.
Basically the same idea. So I think last round I was ready to just say let's just move forward with District 1. But I think there were some open questions of potential on and wanting to have a backup plan. It's always good to have a backup plan. But at this point, to save Alex some work, I think I'd be good with just moving forward with District 1 at this point. It seems I didn't realize Meemore could be 96 or at the moment. If that's the case, we're already paper compliant, which is a nice bonus, I guess. I thought we were going to be part of the way there, not all the way there.
Thanks, Chris. Cindy, comments?
Yeah, I mean, I had been asking about what about a split between the two parcels, but I'm pretty convinced that we can move away from 72 Stowe Road and focus on District 1. But, you know, Joan Blaustein brought up a good point last time is, you know, shouldn't we have a backup? So I guess I wasn't 100% convinced by Alex's response last time when Les Fox asked about the Swanson Road properties. But I'm very comfortable focusing on District 1. And if the board feels that that's a winner, then, you know, that's where we should put our energies. I'm good with that. I do want Alex to explain the modeling numbers, but for now, just on that Stowe Road topic, I'm fine with moving away from it.
And I would wrap that up in a bow and say I am as well at this point. Alec, I wanted to ask you if you had any written correspondence about 72, because we haven't, I don't think, seen anything, but I presume you've been getting some feedback from community members.
Surprisingly, nothing in writing, or at least to the best of my recollection. On Friday, I did a quick search term to confirm that I hadn't received anything. Mary affirmed for me that we didn't receive anything in writing before leaving today. I will note, I did emphasize to those attendees on Friday to come out tonight. I saw a few of them on this meeting. I see a couple, actually, I think at least one on the meeting right now even. But I will note it was a real mixed bag of feedback. I did encourage written feedback is always good too, but nothing nothing to present to you at this time.
Okay, terrific. So I'm hearing everybody say, let's focus your energies. Do you want to go ahead and pull up the dimensional requirements?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And thank you to the board as well. As we dive into this next phase, this is the next part of the iterative process. It makes additional steps a lot easier. I will note there were lingering questions that can only truly be answered once we drill into one district. For example, the board has asked on multiple occasions, and I have assured them that we will in fact do a economic feasibility analysis. That is something we have budgeted for, and I will be giving the consultant the official green light to go. The consultant just kept telling me, you got to pick a district before I can do it. That is a sizable chunk of money. I will note our consultant said we won't have the economic feasibility analysis in time for town meeting, but the approach that is accepted and approved is that you can reference a higher percentage if it's allowed under an economic feasibility analysis. I will provide you that language in the draft regulations at your next meeting so you can begin to look at it. You can ask, of course, from legal counsel to confirm that is a legal and valid method, but do rest assured, even though we won't have an EFA in time for town meeting, that will be something that will still take hold if it does come back over 10%. If it comes back under 10%, doesn't matter. You're allowed to require 10% affordability, assuming that's what this board wants to do. Jumping into dimensional regulations, this is an area where you do have a great deal of flexibility. Effectively, you can play with many of these dimensional regulations, and what myself and the consultant will do is we will plug it into a model and confirm if that works. So my guidance to you tonight is to have an open forum discussion as to whether you would like to see one of these metrics increased or decreased, or if you think that's appropriate. I know there had been discussion at the last meeting of trying to understand what the existing conditions were today. For your next meeting, that's something I can work towards presenting to you, but these give you at least a starting point for the discussion. You as the planning board have been elected to support the character of this community. We talk all the time about the rural character. In this district, or I should say in this location, not the district, but this location, we do generally see reduced front yard setbacks, reduced side yard setbacks, especially on those fingerling parcels toward the front. Now, when you look across the street, when you look elsewhere along Hill Road, that's not the case, of course, but we are now envisioning what an overlay district would look like. I want to give you the freedom and flexibility to really explore this. What I'll note is that if you want to give yourself the greatest flexibility and freedom to explore, increasing the maximum building height to 3 stories allows you to better consider a larger minimum open space requirement and larger setbacks. So I'll pause here. And Madam Chairperson, I recommend the board freely discuss for a while.
Thank you, Alec. Can I ask where this baseline originated from?
This was our consultant. He spit something out to me and he said, here's a good jumping off point.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing Chris's hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. I was just wondering what the current condos that we have in Boxborough. So like the ones over on Swanson, and I think those are mostly 3 stories, or they're like 2.5. Are those officially 3 stories tall, or 2? And if 3, then I think basically modeling the dimensional requirements around one of the existing like condos, groups of condos that are already in Boxborough, that seems fair. I wouldn't want to go like bigger and more dense than that, because I think that would work. And if I remember back when we first looked at it, Brook Village, Harvard Ridge, and Codman Hill were all like basically the ideal densities, if I remember correctly. So that was just a comment I had.
Thanks, Chris. Rich, go ahead.
Are we, Alec, at one point, well, so a couple things came out tonight. The 96 plus, I think, 24, is that right? So we're about 120, is it 120, 121 with a single family house? So are we paper compliant? Like if we just papered over that, are we compliant without any new construction?
No. So that's a good question to ask. So like I said, that is without testing the compliance of those parcels, that is the maximum buildability. So for example, in the case of Meanmore condominiums, that includes the land that has well space in it, and that well space would not pass a compliance test. So you do have to include other lands around it to get to your land bank. It looks like more units than you need, and it may very well end up being slightly more than what you need, but you don't want to dance too close to that line, or when they go to run it through the compliance model, it'll spit back out less than 118 units, and you'll ultimately fail a compliance test.
Okay. Where I was going to go is to understand. So it sounds like we're coming in higher overall if you just follow the modeling.
Yes.
And not to be limiting, but one of the thoughts, and we talked about this at one point, I don't know if it was here or in the working group. Could we identify new construction on that parcel to be a lower density, fewer units per acre than what is current on the current parcels, so that we can, there was some concern about the amount of new construction up at the top of Hill Road, and I'm supportive of this district. I'm just curious, is that an option? Could we identify a lighter density? Maybe I'm saying it wrong. I'm really thinking, units per acre. Could we lighten that up on the new parcel? So like we're modeling right now at 16, I think you had in your presentation. What was the model number? 16? If
roughly 16 or a fraction thereof, that might kick it to 17. Yes.
And that got you to the 250 something.
Yes.
So if we broke it up and said for Meanmore, the parcels that already have multifamily on it said, we'll allow, pick the density, 16. And then for the new parcels, we're not going to allow 16. We're only going to allow 12 or 8. And you still, in the end, get your 118, right, instead of the 250. And the site now starts to look a little bit, maybe the development can be more appropriate with the area. That's all. It's a question. I'm like, I don't want to overcomplicate it, but like this is an opportunity to be creative, I think, given that we've got a hybrid site and, we're taking advantage of what we have.
Mm-hmm. Madam Chairperson, can I respond to that one on the spot?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that is an entirely accepted approach. You can stagger your densities. You can do a little less in some areas, a little more in others. Ultimately, that has to average out to 15 units per acre. So then we're getting back into an acreage by density equation. What's your total acreage at a higher density? What's your total acreage at a lower density? And when you add those two together and average them out, does it equal 15 units per acre? So you can play with that number. Say you wanted to do 10 units per acre for half the district and 20 units per acre for the other half the district. That gets you pretty darn close to it. We have to run the number. We have to figure it. What I'll note is once you start changing the densities on those two districts, you also have to consider which of those parcels are the ones that are going to get you through the compliance test. Like we talked about, those undeveloped parcels at the above Meanmore and Leonard Road itself, those aren't going to get you to compliance. Those are your parcels that you don't get to count. And so even though you can increase the density there, that doesn't buy you back any coverage. So what you're then doing is you're increasing the density on the unbuildable portions. And even if you call it lower, you're going to have to lump some of them in at the higher density to get to your number. And you're going to make it more enticing for immediate development as a result in at least one of those parcels. If the board gives us a sense of, where they want us to start, what they want us to play around with, we can do that. We can play around with it. We can come back, we can model it and tell you that would comply, that wouldn't comply. And we can show you what then the change in modeled unit capacity would be.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not looking to overcomplicate, but I would be supportive of a lighter density for the new build. And a higher I think you've already got the density. I mean, it has to be modeled. I get it, Alec. And if others agree, then we can at least do that. With all the time you're going to save on not having to worry about 72 Stowe Road, maybe there's an opportunity to go do some additional modeling. So
I'd love to understand kind of what is the surrounding neighborhood, like what are the side yard setbacks? It would be interesting to get all of that information collected for the various uses immediately surrounding this location, because I feel like, this is a new use, right? But it should be appropriately suited to the neighborhood too, when we're kind of considering what we want to see out there. I'd hate to have some skyscrapers out there when everything is like single level, right? And I'm being exaggerating here, but so I feel like I need that kind of information. Maybe it's a range of what's out there, or maybe you could just set up a couple more columns to this thing that says the residential uses and exactly, and what those all include. Does that make sense?
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chairperson. So the way that I'm going to attempt to answer that is both through a visual analysis. So I'm going to present to the board a way for you to visualize it on a surrounding map. But what that's going to look like is I'm going to take the parcels, let's call it, like 2 away. So an adjacent 2 parcels over in each direction, except Littleton. I'm not going to go into Littleton. That's a different GIS map. That's extra data. But I'm going to start with the Boxborough ones. I'm going to go 2 parcels deep that are developed, and I'm going to both show you, and then I'm going to average across all of the adjacent parcels that we've selected what those different setbacks are today, not just what the district allows, but what they actually are, so that you can use that as a frame of reference.
So an average versus why an average of it?
So I'm going to show it to you both ways. I'm going to show it to you parcel by parcel what it is, but then I'm going to give you the plain number average as well. So you've got here's our center point, and now we can fluctuate up or down. Understood.
I'd be more interested in the individual parcel numbers, I guess, surrounding it personally, but have at it, Alec.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm still struggling with how we need to look at this, and having more existing data, I think, would be really helpful. I mean, you didn't even give us the total acreage. I computed 22.15 acres. Is that the number you guys are using, or something different? I don't understand. Are we talking about A&Ring this property so that it could be? When Rich talked about splitting the district, I mean, that's not our concern, I guess, but I mean, how would we even zone for that? I'm still very confused about what we're able to do and how to model it. You clearly came up with a compliance model, which is a black box. You haven't explained how that generated those numbers. So I still feel very much in the dark here. I feel like we need to see the model, or create our own model that allows us to tinker with it so we get something that scales appropriately. But right now I feel like we're working with a black box, so I'm a little frustrated. The other comment I wanted to make is that of the units that you provided, it looks like about 20% are rentals. So getting back to the affordability issue, I want to try to equalize. I know that was more than you estimated. Maybe we can get 15%, but I'm just putting that out there, that based on that calculation, 20% of those are rentals, and the other 80% are owner occupied from data you gave us.
Yeah, I do, Madam Chairperson, if I could respond to that last component. Actually, I'll respond to both components. So the first component, let me talk to my consultant. Our consultant is the one who does the compliance modeling. Let me see if he has that in a pretty package, something that's easily understandable that I can then show back out. So you can see what's inside the black box. You can understand its workings. Obviously, this is a skill board. You're able to understand these complex components that go into it. So let me talk to him. Let me see if that's in a presentable format. And to the second stage of it, regarding the affordability. So I want to also be transparent. I'm being told that in our area, because these EFAs, yes, you need a district to pick from, but they're fairly expectant community to community. What I'm being told is that the EFA is being done in our immediate area, our neighboring towns are not coming back high. They're not coming back positive. The way, and this was my own misunderstanding. I was hoping it was you plug it in at a number and you test if that works, the same way we do a compliance model with the land bank itself. What I'm being told is that no, it's more akin to market conditions, recent sales, and looking at comps. So I'm going to let him give me a deeper description of what goes into that, perhaps even a full scope of work to what exactly we're investing our time and money in. But that was something specifically budgeted for. So we're going to go ahead and pull the trigger on it now that we've picked a district. I want to be transparent and honest that the recent feedback I'm getting is that an EFA, while I still think we should do it, is not going to come back lucrative to the town where we'll get a higher percentage. But no matter what, you can lock in that 10%.
Okay, I believe Concord went for a higher number, but they're clearly a different, I shouldn't say clearly, they probably have a different demographic. But, you talk about market feasibility. I mean, Littleton's going to build a bunch of stuff right near the rail station, maybe under the MBTA communities as well. So, the market may be able to support it, but I just don't want to be too cynical that the EFA wouldn't come back positive.
Yeah, and I totally agree with it. I'm setting expectations low, and I'm hoping for way better here. Who knows? Maybe in 3 months, some economic event happens that causes this to suddenly tell us we can do much better. That's why I say no matter what, it's worth us investing in, and that's why we budgeted for it.
Rich?
What about I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Cindy.
Just the acreage and all that, you're going to get us some of that base and the setbacks that Rebecca asked for. You're going to expand this table a little bit.
Yeah, that's easy to adding acreage is a very simple column to add this. And then the other component is a visual analysis added to the next step, which is it's not a tough analysis to run. It's a visual analysis. So it's just a little time consuming, a few hours going parcel by parcel and doing my measurements.
Well, if I could ask, I'd like to see several columns of setbacks at various multifamily units in town right now, and building heights for various multifamily units in town. And what else? Maybe amount of open space for the versus developed land. So we have a better visual sense, as you said, to what these are going to look like, because I can't do it I can't imagine this in thin air without a comparable. So I would ask you to go back and pull some data from the existing multifamily units around town and give us those as comparisons.
That is feasible. I think we could give you 2 or 3 good examples. I would not say every single multifamily we've got here in Barksboro. I could spend weeks putting that together. We can definitely give you a couple examples. Yeah, let me come up with, let's call it 2 to 3 examples of existing multifamily. But my priority is going to be giving you the existing data in this neighborhood.
Yeah, but I don't know how hard, it shouldn't be that hard. You could be able to figure out how tall the carriage houses are, how big Swanson Road complexes are, and their setbacks. That's pretty easily gotten data. So anyway, that's my ask. If you can pull some comparison, that would be helpful.
Hey, Rich?
I think visuals might be helpful. It might be even easier, Alec, if I don't know if we can just take pictures of condominiums or if you need owners' permissions, but I think that, like, from the street, taking a picture, right? And then knowing, okay, this is 40 feet or this is 20 feet. You had some pictures that you used early on for the steering committee. I would pull that back out and say, okay, this is what, like, because we were somewhat hesitant on that, but at the same time, it's like, well, what's the look and feel? And there were some pretty clear opinions that people had of what this should look like. So I would bring that back out. The other thing is you can run, I know this because I did it on my own, and I don't have a paid for AI model, but you can run, show me what 15 units an acre looks like. Show me what 20 units an acre looks like, and it'll generate a picture, right? And so you can, and I got to believe that the resources and the consultants we're working with can they've done this for multiple communities. They can probably bring a portfolio of here's like 20 different pictures. To me, visual is very important. I know we're not designing and building this, but like, what are the consequences of the decisions we make on density and our dimensional requirements? Pivoting to that, it would be good. I mean, I can pull our table out, but I would at least have, I know you've got homework in the neighborhood and Cindy commented on a couple of other units, but like, what are our current dimensional requirements? Like, I think our front yard setback right now is what, 40 feet in our table? That's 40,000, or that's 60,000, right? But I mean, you don't have to fill it all out now, but it would be good to know kind of like, okay, how far are we moving from our current? I would mean more, I think those are 3-story, aren't they? The condominiums, the 96 units back in there. We were on the site walk and it feels like a relatively tall buildings. But the front fingerling lots, I believe, are closer to maybe 2 stories or maybe even 1.5 stories. So like what's up on the street, maybe that's 2 stories. What's in back, maybe that's 3 stories. Maybe the front, we want to be more like row housing, right? And along the fingerling lots, and maybe tall's okay. Can we can't impose design guides, right? This is a by right, no design requirements.
So what you impose on this district, if I can respond, you can impose things on this district so long as you impose them, not necessarily equally, but as long as they're not unique impositions to this district.
Okay.
So let's say, for example, you required in each of your districts that buildings be built of a different building material, and you apply that standard, but you pick different materials district to district, then guess what? You get to also pick a building material for this district. But it's one of those uniformity components. Okay. Can't be more onerous on this overlay district.
Okay. I think what the front facade looks like along the street may be a little different from the back. And I know we're trying to land on a specific, set of dimensional requirements. So, there's probably some averaging we have to do, but generally speaking, I'd like to see more open space if we can get it. So I'd be in favor of taller to get a little more setback. But, if you told me today that those fingerling lots were at 20 feet off the road, I'd be like, okay, maybe that's not bad. Maybe that, because I can kind of visualize what that is today. Now, if a taller building that close, what would that be? Maybe that's still okay. So I'm still processing this, but yeah, still processing. But
so it sounds like, Alec, you've got a little additional homework for us to gather for us. Are there additional board comments at this time? Cindy, go ahead.
Yeah, I just I heard one resident of Hill Road expressing some concern. I do want to mention that this will be bring traffic to Hill Road if it's all located at this one location. It's 118 units. I don't know how many trips on average a residence has. I mean, the idea is to be near the train station, and perhaps most of the traffic would go towards the train and to Liberty Square Road. But there will be more trips added to Hill Road. So, I just want to be sensitive to that. I don't know that we have any control over that. But, again, splitting out the lots, I go back to maybe we could have used another set of another district to sort of split this over so that one neighborhood isn't totally impacted. But that is still a bit of a concern I have. And I guess we'll have to see how it plays out. But 118 units, I just saw on average potentially 10 trips per unit. That's 1,180 more traffic trips a day. And maybe that's not going through Boxborough, but I know there's already concerns about Hill Road, people cutting through. So again, I just want to be sensitive to that. Madam
Chairperson, if I could real quick, just respond to that. I share that sentiment. You know, wherever you add this, it's adding trips. You know, I can't guarantee how many units, if any, are actually going to get built, so I can't tell you what that is. But there are tools at the toolbox that you can use to address it. For example, where this is multifamily housing, and we know multifamily housing has a lower number of vehicles per household than a single family home, you can adjust down your parking spaces per unit and guarantee that there is a lower number of vehicles that will be parked there. And so automatically you're taking steps to reduce it. Then on the back end, we can commit to specific things like using the new, they call it the Catalyst Fund, but it's meant to not just create new development. It's also meant to leverage those communities that have committed and created their zoning. We can work hard, and in the first few years, get those sidewalks put in, get those bike lanes put in. So it is more walkable, it is more bikeable, it's more exciting for people to consider, all right, I don't need to take my car. I can get to the train station other ways, and almost incentivize it.
Okay, thank you. Any other board comments at this time? Are we seeking a motion to push this to the 11th as well?
I would recommend it.
Yeah, I was going to say the other concern, we have absolutely no language. The sample bylaw you sent us from Harvard was 9 pages long. The model bylaw, although it had text in there that wasn't bylaw language, was 50 pages. So again, we got some work to do and not a lot of time to bring this to October town meeting. And I'm a little concerned that we've cut this too close, but it is what it is. So yes, I think we should.
Alec, is there, can you guys work on draft language before the 11th?
Yes, that is my intent, and the reason why I want us to go to the 11th is I want to start plugging some of these figures in. Even though we haven't made a decision on it, I can start taking this table of dimensional regulations and I can input it into a warrant format with the other elements. Additionally, our consultant has already been tasked with this, but he has reviewed, or he will be reviewing our bylaw for any other sections that might be considered the red herrings, the things that could fail our compliance in a different regard. And he'll note those and adjust for us if there are other sections we need to make a minor tweak to or an amendment to. So we will start getting that language ready for you so that you have a first draft of a warrant in front of you for your next meeting. And along with that, we'll get started on this visual analysis.
Okay, thank you. And can you get us in queue for our legal reviews that we know are coming down the pipe pretty fast as well? I'd just like to make sure we're giving them a heads up that we're going to have a certain turnaround requirement.
Yes, once Mike has a conversation with his team and we at that point know when the latest will be, we'll work backwards from there, get it in their workflow, and let them know to expect by this date you'll have draft language. We'd ask for a turnaround of this much time.
Okay, terrific. All right. 10:37, and we have an applicant patiently waiting to be heard. So I would entertain a motion to, well, I see public member. Les, what would you like to say?
Yeah, thanks. Quick question for Alec. Maybe you could follow up, Alec. So the Meanmore complex area, this District 1, is served by town water from Littleton. Is there any issue with getting more water out of that connection? Do we have to enter into a change in the IMA with them? It's so far in the past, I don't think we have any local historical knowledge of what that deal was. Have you looked at that and seen whether that's likely to be an impediment to realizing the potential for this set of lots?
Yeah, that's a really great question, Les. So we have been told very clearly it's not our job to design that element. So we haven't had the conversation yet. Of course, because it's there, the door is open. The question is how open, if not locked, is that door? I don't know. We haven't explored it. Madam Chairperson, if that's something this board would like me to do, we can do it. But I will note that's treading into the territory of things that we've been told it's not our problem.
Thank you.
I'm just wondering if we found out that we couldn't realize the potential we're hoping for here, is that upset the apple cart.
Thanks, Les. Okay. I was in the middle of, I was going to entertain a motion to continue this to our August 11th new meeting.
So moved.
Thank you. Any second?
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Rich and seconded by Chris. Roll call as I see you. Chris Dowdy.
Dowdy, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
And Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
And Werner, aye. Okay, thank you very much. So at this point, I'd love to take back up 340 Codman. Bruce has been very patient waiting for us to get through these hearings. So if we could start that conversation back up. Bruce, if you're still with us here.
Yes, I am. Thank you. Yeah, so I sent over, Mike sent over the those palettes, these color palettes. And the color that he wants to use, and I can pull it up if you want to share the screen here. Let's see, requests and I think Alec has got those color palettes also.
Yeah, Bruce, I've already pulled them up if you want to just jump back
Yeah,
over.
so the color that they have is the sandstone and the burnished slate. The sandstone is the main color, and the burnished slate is the trim color. So that's what they have and are proposing here.
You said sandstone. What were the two colors? I'm sorry.
The sandstone, which is the one top middle.
Yeah.
The sandstone.
That's the building?
Yes, that's
And
the building
trim?
name, building color, and the burnished slate is the trim.
Gotcha. Okay.
Previously, it was the burnished slate color, just for point of reference. Alec, do we need this formalized for the board?
I mean, so we can note it. I always hate to say things that take away the power of the board, but we've talked about it before. You know, the color of the building is ultimately to the discretion of the applicant, where this isn't something to the effect of a historic district like we would see in a historic district commission's authority. A design review board is the closest thing we would have that have the kind of authority to pick building colors. But I think it's reasonable to at least memorialize it in a decision on the minor modification. To that end, I did start jotting down some of the things that would need to be conditioned in there if we want to flip back over.
Are there any comments from the board right now about this? Everybody's tucked in. Yeah, go ahead, Alec. Why don't you do that? Oh, wait a minute. Is somebody?
Yeah, I had my hand up. I mean,
I
you
can't
know,
see you. Sorry.
that's okay. I'm just trying to understand why the change. I think the intent was to try and make this as least visible. And I was just looking at the building next door is sort of the sandstone color, but you know, the board was pretty clear we wanted the burnished slate. So I don't understand why the change. Can the applicant speak to that?
Yeah, the change is because that's what their color is of the existing buildings that they have at 200. So they want to standardize with that color that they have.
But that building is not visible from the roadway, right? That's set back.
That's correct. The 200 it is not. And but that's the reason. The rationale is that they want to have the same color for the 340 as they do with the 200.
That answer your question, Cindy?
Yeah, I mean, that's explains the reason. I guess I don't have a good enough sense as to which one sort of melds most better into the natural environment. But Rebecca, I was sort of leaning on your comments from earlier that the darker color would be less obvious. So I was supportive of that. you know, in that context, because we don't.
I still stand by that, Cindy. I haven't changed my thinking about it, but yeah. Chris, go ahead.
I mean, this one predates me, so the details are moot. But I mean, if you're matching the existing buildings, that seems fair enough to me. If the new one is more visible, sure, but it feels minor enough that, I mean,
The existing buildings are not even nearby. They're half a mile away and off the road. So
it's more like a corporate branding thing. It's like, oh, my trucks are taupe. Like, sure. I mean, it's not Hunter Orange, so I don't see it being. It doesn't feel like it should be a deal breaker in my mind.
And the building's not going to have a hole in the side of it.
Oh yeah, like what's directly across the street with like the shingle recycling? That's a little grosser to the eye, anyway.
That's what the neighborhood is, right?
Yeah, it's the industrial district, so.
Alec, were you going to bring something up for us to look at?
Yes. So I will note there are 2 Word docs we need to look at real quick. They have provided us with a copy of their easement. So the board will remember the conditions of your decision referenced a need for both an access easement as well as repair, maintenance, and replanting of any of the vegetation. They provided us this last week. It was put in your packet, and Jonathan Eichman did provide some feedback and some comments. So you can see his feedback here. You will also see that in red, they have added some language to address the comment, and they appear to have accepted Jonathan Eichman's addition here.
Okay, any comments or questions about this from the board?
No.
Are we trying to make that language more precise, or did he already try to?
So I'll note, he provided us this comment on Friday, and they have added this language in red to reference the condition. So his effectively, he said, do you want to point back to the decision? And that's what the applicant's attorney has done as of today.
Okay.
So in the opinion of town staff, this is clear. Legal counsel said, this is my feedback, this is my comment. They accepted those changes. Well, they're blue here, but they've left them in to say, yes, we'll make those changes. And they've addressed his one outstanding comment, which was by pointing back to it. In our opinion, this is acceptable and good to go, and it satisfies conditions that are necessary for them to proceed.
Wait, we don't want the new recorded plan. We want the old recorded plan.
It references back to the decision, not the plan.
Okay, but this has a book and a page number. That aren't they going to record a new?
No, the decision is the book and page number.
Okay,
so
all right.
Your decision has its own book and page.
So they've already recorded it, right? Because they started work, right?
Yes.
Okay, we move to the next one.
Yes. So looking over to the minor modification itself. So as we were going, I was jotting down notes. So for example, we had noted that there are a couple of revisions that we'd like made. So for example, prior to work resuming on site, the applicant will provide the town planner with revised plans that note the following: required decompaction and aeration of the access road prior to certificate of occupancy. And then tree protection note to be added and hand digging within the root bed. I then go on further to an additional sentence: during removal of the construction access road, the town engineer will be present to observe work. Failure to preserve vegetation during the removal will require replication of 4 trees to every 1 lost. I think that was the number that was thrown out, but tell me if this needs to be adjusted. And then I started to type out, but I think it was Rebecca, you had noted that the shrubs potentially need to be located at the highest point. And I want to note for the what that structure and what exactly I would call that.
Yeah, so they were located mid-slope in the detention basin, and so I need them to be, I'm trying to get them higher so that they're actually doing more screening for us, right? Instead of sinking them, bring them up the 2 or 3 feet that they are going to be, located down the hill. So they should be located at the high point in elevation to best screen the buildings versus midway down into the basin.
So then if I called it the highest point of the detention basin, or is there a different term you would use to describe the peak around the edge?
No, yeah, the highest point of the detention basin's fine, because the locations, as they've defined them in the plan, so be it, but they should be at the top of the detention basin.
Do you want to add a clause in the sentence of like to maximize screening or something, so it's more obvious of what the intent is?
Well, and it's surrounding the detention basin, right? So it's not the one highest point. It's the highest point at each location. I don't know how to say that. At each shrub location, right?
Yeah, the top of the detention basin at each location, proposed on plan. I don't know, something like that. It's getting late.
I mean, I will note, so the intent built into these items is that Sue is going to observe additional steps throughout the work. So there will be multiple checkpoints for Sue to check in, confirm that this is being done. The applicant has been forthcoming with their communication. We've been in constant communication, especially since this minor modification has come in. So I know Bruce will use us as a resource, especially Sue, to come out and confirm. And if there was ever a question on interpretation, we'd get back before the board to confirm anything. And I will note as well, so in the required note that we're going to have them add to the plan, we would be unable to issue a certificate of occupancy until the access road was decompacted and aerated. And so this component would, of course, follow that. So that would all be part of the checks and balances. That certificate of occupancy isn't going out the door until we've affirmed that all of this has been completed in accordance with those revised plans.
I think we have to, for the removal, for the potential loss of the tree that I was concerned about, if we need to say in perpetuity, we have to say something about, like, because if it dies, it's not going to die right away. If it does die, it's going to die over the course of several years. So I think we need to put, some structure on that.
Well, can we say that, do we say that screening, I thought we had something in the original decision that screening shall be maintained.
We might. Yeah, like it has to be maintained.
Yeah, so that specifically addressed the new vegetation that was proposed. So anything they were planting. Now, of course, we tread into a little, let's call it grayer area here, where we're addressing existing vegetation. There are some cases where existing vegetation might already be dying. It might have started to die a couple years ago before this applicant ever even got on the land. What I would recommend is putting a monitoring period in place. In this case, we know what we're looking at. What if we said a term of, and Rebecca, I'd look to you and your expertise. When is the timeline we're going to really notice, okay, this is dying, and you can reasonably point back to, well, they just opened up the road right next to it. Is that 3 years? Is that 5 years? Is it something more?
I'd say it could happen in 2 years, but it could happen in much longer. So at least 5-year window, I would say is something, but the point being, Alec, as much as I appreciate that, they're supposed to, significantly screen these buildings from the trees. So, if something is to die and it's 6 years later, they're losing they're getting a big gap out there, right? And it's not a significant screening of the building. So, that significant screening has to remain for the life of the project. Right? Cindy, you're being patient. Go ahead.
It's okay. I'm still curious about the requirement to replace what was at the curb cut there. Don't we want to require that the applicant replant? And then also, are we going to allow that construction access road to remain a construction access road, or is this it now? We close it up and they no longer have use of it. So I'd just like to ask those two questions of the board.
I mean, Madam Chairperson, I'm sorry to cut in there, but having had discussions with the applicant about it, and Bruce, it's probably best for you to approach this, but the explanation I was given as to why the construction access road was leveraged in the first place is that it was less intrusive to their neighbors. It meant less wear and tear on the pavement they're ultimately going to utilize as that shared access driveway. The intent from the day they came across it has been to close it up at the end of the process. But my understanding is there could be some flexibility. Bruce, you can speak to that. If the board wanted the construction access road removed today, is that something your client would be amenable to?
Meanwhile, though, we're compacting root systems, you know what I mean, with this added construction access point, you know, which is something that we would have addressed early on, right? They would have had to put down some way of distributing weight better out there than just, you know, crushed ag, right? So, you know, I would say we should probably take it out, get it out of there as fast as we can to best preserve the plant material out there.
And replant the screen from the road, right? Because, you know, there was vegetation there. I have photo, you can look at it on Google Earth or Google Maps and see there was vegetation there that provided screening. So I don't want a big open curb cut and only the vegetation coming, you know, 10 feet off the road. I want the vegetation back at the road where it was.
It wouldn't, I mean, I understand, like, so are they, I guess, I don't know if the applicant's on, but my sense is they probably intend to continue to use, their intent is to continue to use that through the construction period, right? So Rebecca, I hear what you're saying, right? We might have required certain things. I don't know what is there today. Like, I'm hearing it's very compacted. Like, is it what we would require? Like, to me, I'm not sure. Do we really shut it down right now? I don't know.
Well, we are going to be, if it stays open, we're going to continue to make this conditions worse. They don't have tree protection up there, one would presume. I don't believe I've seen any protecting anything. And I know from lots of experience that if there's no protection up there, then everything's getting stockpiled up underneath, you know, in the critical root zones. They're getting leaned up against the trees with material potentially. So getting banged into, you know, an open wound on the side of a tree is just opening it up for, you know, all sorts of problems. So those are all things that take place on a construction site. And if we don't have protection in place, then that's very likely to occur.
Are we, I mean, how many trees are we talking? Like, is this something that just makes sense to push this out a week? We're meeting on the 11th, so it's not a 2-week push. And maybe the applicant can come back and address that if they want to continue using the road.
I mean, I wasn't suggesting we shut down the road. I think Rebecca's suggesting put tree protection in place during construction. And then I'm suggesting after construction is complete, they replant and then the road no longer is allowed for construction use. That was what I was suggesting.
Yeah, you're driving currently over the roots of that tree, right? So that's what that pine tree, there's the construction road is right underneath it. So they're actively compressing that whole area. There's no distribution of weight that is, you know, they could have put mats down there, for instance, or steel plates or something to kind of distribute weight over the root zone. So damage is already being done. And it's going to, you know, if we keep this open, it's going to continue to be, you know, added to. So, I mean, we could allow it, but maybe they should come in with a plan to add more trees, you know?
I'm okay. Cindy, if what you were saying is to provide tree protection, allow the continued use and provide tree protection. And then maybe there's a, if, and I don't know what the right time frame is, Rebecca, but the expectation is that any trees that are damaged through the process of the use of the road would be replaced for pick a period of time, 5 years, 8 years, whatever it is.
But I would like the use of the road to be terminated once completion, once they receive their certificate of occupancy.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought, okay, that's what you meant by terminated, Cindy.
Yeah. No, when the project is done.
I thought you meant tomorrow morning.
No. I said when the project is complete, then I would like that road to be eliminated and replanted. Yeah.
I'd be okay with that condition.
Landscape architect?
Landscape architect. Oh, are you referring to Bill Murray specifically?
Yeah.
Yes. He's under the umbrella. Our contract says town engineer, and that includes him.
Okay.
Yep.
Or you'd say places?
Yes. Well, just in case for any reason we change contracts. Town engineer.
Okay.
I got to give us broad language.
That's very insulting that you don't recognize a landscape architect for that.
I apologize, Rebecca. And believe me, I went to school with landscape architectures. It was landscape architecture and regional planning, and they were far brighter than me in a lot of different ways. I fully acknowledge that.
So can we add more trees on top of the existing planting plan to fill back in the access road once the project is complete?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't they doing that? They are revegetating it with plantings, right?
Isn't it in their plan?
I couldn't see it in the plan. That's why I'm asking you guys. I didn't see.
I'm pulling it up.
They're showing existing trees, but they're not showing replanting because they didn't show the road. So they're showing it existing.
There's shrubs being proposed. And then beyond the road, there's a couple of trees. But again, they're very sparse. This tree is not a dense planting plan at all. So if they cleared between this roadway, as you're saying, Cindy, then there's something needs to go back in there.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking. But
and not perennials, because it needs to have some more substance to that.
Right. So Rebecca, can you measure out how wide the access road is and how many,
I think they should have 3 more trees.
Evergreen trees.
Yeah.
Of a certain height.
The same as the schedule.
So is that a condition, or do we need to see a planting plan stamped?
Sorry, I'm pulling up this thing.
Madam Chairperson?
Yeah.
I'd like to ask the applicant's representation, who's here right now, and I'd like to just ask point blank, is the addition of 3 more trees planted at the same height as the others originally conditioned in the decision, is that an acceptable margin for you and your client, or is this something that we risk getting challenged on?
Bruce?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I was muted there for a while. You just unmuted me. I think that would work. There was our shrubs that are on the backside of that detention basin. And to answer your question, we could just move those shrubs up to the top of the basin, so they would be higher up, and then there's room between the basin and the fence. There's enough room there for those shrubs, so that they would be higher in elevation. So they would provide, like you're correct, more screening potential. So we can do that as well. We'll make those changes.
And you're okay with adding the 3 trees?
Yeah, for the
access road is.
Yes, because we are proposing to close that access road off permanently, and it would be impossible to utilize that because there's going to be a detention basin there anyway. That's going to go. That's right where the detention basin is going to be. So And plus there's going to be a small head wall on the other side. So it's really going to be cut off completely once the vegetation and the grading is done for the plants.
So Al, can we add a condition about restoration of the construction access road so we make sure that this is memorialized here?
Yes, I'm adding that now. I'll jump back over to the Word doc, but I'm adding that now. That the additional trees shall be cited. Is that sufficient?
Add evergreen trees to that, please.
And it's not the footprint, it's the entrance of the construction, right? Parallel to the roadway, right? That's what we want.
Well, he can't plant them in the detention basin anyways.
I know, but I want them lining the roadway, perpendicular to the road, so that you're filling in that gap. I mean, it's like a 15-foot wide entrance right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, in this case too, it is they'll plant it at a place that they're going to plant it at that high point. They wouldn't plant it at the base of the detention basin, only for it to fail and then have to replant it.
No, I'm talking about the top of the construction road where it intersects with Codman Hill Road. Can we have enough? And Rebecca's telling me three trees is enough to make a continuous line across, parallel along Codman Hill Road, so that the construction access road is now filled in, and you've got additional screening across. And I don't know if 3 trees is enough, but it's a pretty wide break there that they used. So
I mean, I'm looking at C4, which has plantings in front of the buildings, and then has the new detention basin. Where is this construction road relative to that drawing? Because I mean, they've got a landscape plan that fills it out.
If you see C4, they have it's 26 feet wide. It looks like.
Can somebody bring it up? Thank you.
Bruce, do you want to guide my cursor as to where?
So A to B is 26 feet.
Yes.
Okay,
Alex, can I request that the board members are allowed to annotate again? At some point, we can maybe make that adjustment just as a general note.
Yes, yes, you and I.
We can take this up on another discussion. Yeah, we don't have to do it now. I'm just constantly wanting to. So, yeah, so 26 feet wide. So I think if we do get the 3 trees, Cindy, to your point, and that evergreen tree survives, we'll have some decent screening there. And if it dies, we have the ability to replace, right?
So Rebecca, the evergreen is the spiked.
Yes. Oh, yes.
And which looks like, and then next to it, what's VD? That's
I think it's probably a viburnum.
Yeah, I could tell you what it is. It's on the schedule off to the right side of the screen there.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's a Black Hill white spruce.
All right. So, I mean, look, I'm not the landscape architect, Rebecca, you are, but I'm just looking at that drawing, and between the tree that's there, assuming it's not damaged, which we're going to address through it having to maintain, and then the white pine right next to it. Yes, there's a gap in there, but it looks like there's something else in there. Is that not, where are these other 3 trees going?
I would triangulate them right in the middle of that road, but that got cleared.
So in front of where's the roadway? Codman Hill Road is drawn, right?
Yeah.
The edge of roadway is where?
Yeah, so I can explain you see the contours, the proposed contours at 266.
Yep.
That is those contours are flattening out and taking the what we call the ridge line, so that it goes straight across. So if we so that's the width of the existing road at that point, where the 266 contour is. So that's the width of the road.
And then where's Codman Hill. That's the road that's drawn in front of it. Where's
Directly in front, yeah. So you can see the two lines there. It says EOP, that's edge of pavement.
Yeah.
Right,
Oh,
next to right next to the A there.
yeah, I mean, Rebecca, if you think it fit, I'm just looking at the drawing and trying to understand where the 3 trees are going to go. But if you think there's
This is just a graphic. It's going to be all cited in the field, Rich, and it's going to have to be, done by somebody that knows how to lay these things out within critical root zones of trees. So, I mean, this is a good way to get a count of trees, but it's never going to get installed exactly this way. It'll have to be field laid out. I'm noting too that we said something about the shrubs coming up to the top of the slope, but these trees should go up to the top of the slopes, the ones that we were just talking about as well, Alec. So maybe you want to say tree and shrubs. Thank you. And then I would refer your third bullet point above, I would refer to match the planting schedule. Like it should be assumed that they're the same kind of trees are going in, the same size and stuff like that. Okay. Any other comments from the board on this?
Did I hear you say we cannot condition the color of the building? Can we say again, as offered by the applicant, the building will be, and any change from that should be brought to the board, or no?
No, it's effectively, you have to treat it the same way you would treat a single family home in this case. If someone wants to repaint, or in this case, choose a different color, that is their right to do it. If they want to go ahead and write in big bold letters on the side of it, well, then you can call it a sign. But
remember that we've had to make a finding that this was in harmony with the neighbor and surroundings. So if that violates that finding, I mean, I feel pretty strongly that, we need to ensure that the applicant honors the findings.
It's not a case that we have a strong enough footing on.
It's been offered by the applicant. I don't see why memorializing it as offered by the applicant is
what is that, Cindy?
The color of the building. They're now offering sandstone with the burnished slate, and I would like to memorialize that as offered by the applicant.
Yes, I thought you were asking if we could try to enforce the original color. If you want to just
I'm suggesting that this now memorialize what they're offering so that we at least have it in writing somewhere. Because the original findings said burnished slate, and I'd like to at least note that we have that's been modified.
Any other comments?
No.
So Alec, sorry, you finished your thoughts. Sorry.
just wanted to make sure I got the colors right.
Yeah. Do we need to address the fence too? Because the fence was supposed to match. So maybe the fence should continue to be in a compatible color, like, I don't know, a similar color to the body of the house, building, structure, whatever.
And do we have to reference the palette, or was that in the original exhibits?
That's pulled directly from your original exhibits. Yeah.
Okay.
Good question, though. I leave that to the discretion of the board. Yeah, if you want to modify the fence color. I believe, though, wasn't the intent to do a darker fence color regardless of shade of building to help present a more hidden facade, or would that, I mean, you tell me, would that would you want that to come up to a lighter color now that the building is as well?
I think the lighter colors are going to pop right out and we're going to see them, but you know.
Right, but a dark fence against a light building is going to be worse, isn't it, Rebecca?
Oh, well, I do worry about that too. So that's.
So fence color shall be.
Yeah, it probably just needs to be compatible with the building. You know, but I guess if they're doing the burnished slate, there's an argument for doing the fence in a darker color too. I mean, if they're doing the detail, but I don't know.
But one of the two, should we, you know, can we don't want a pink. Right?
Well, you're not going to get a fence coming in a standard burnished. I don't believe you're not going to get a burnished slate fence, right? That's kind of probably a custom color, I would say, for a fence, a vinyl fence. So, you know, we wouldn't want to ask them to do that. But, you know, the standard colors are going to be white, gray, you know, black. So.
I mean, you let the applicant, let Bruce and the team go back. They can look out, cost out, and make sure that there is something out there that matches. And if there isn't something that matches the building color or comes within an acceptable margin to it, they can always come back and tell us that.
Sure. So the fence shall be, color shall be compatible with the main body of the building. Is that sufficient?
I think Alex saying match it and let them come back and say it's not possible.
I think I like the word compatible better than match, because like it might not exist in the, you know, that composite material might not come in that exact color, and then does that not technically match? Yeah.
And to the exact opposite, I would say compatible is so subjective that we don't, you know, that could be anything at that point. So we've got to have a better word. I mean,
similar in color.
Similar in color, yeah. I mean, because that could be a white fence, right? And you know,
yeah, sure, yeah, that's
gives a little flexibility.
Please make a reasonable effort. Is really the messaging. Yeah, not tennis ball yellow. That's all we're really looking for.
Okay. Any other comments?
We don't have to say anything about the easement agreement here, right? That's all.
No, that's just simply fulfilling a condition. No modification is made in that regard.
Will we be seeing another plan? Will we be seeing this final language?
Yes. So your motion, as I'm going to give it to you, would be that you are authorized to sign it, Rebecca. So nothing gets signed until you're satisfied the minor modification decision meets the discussion.
Okay, so we will see another plan and we will see this draft.
Well, the way this is written and the way I'm going to give you the motion is that you will sign off on the minor modification when you're satisfied. The way it's written is they're going to give me the materials. I'm going to show you the materials. But that way, if all this happens in lockstep by like Thursday, you can sign the modification and they can get right back to work so long as they've given us everything and you're satisfied.
Okay. Is the board generally comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. I did have one question about timing of construction. We don't have any end date for completion of construction. I don't remember them telling us. Maybe they did. But is there anything we ought to be putting in here to make sure construction is completed in a reasonable amount of time? Did we? I don't remember the original decision.
They are ready to erect the building here.
Oh, I know they are. But if something else happens and they had to stop, did we have any?
Your original decision stipulates 2 years from the date of the decision. So this modification does not extend it. It runs with the original.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep.
I'm prepared to move this if there's a motion I can read.
Alex, you want to make a suggestion?
Yeah, absolutely. Madam Chairperson, you would seek a motion to authorize the chair to sign a minor modification decision in a form substantially similar to that which is presented according to the conditions set forth therein.
So moved.
I'll second, but I'd like to make a very minor amendment, and that is to call it minor modification number 1, just in case. But I second.
Fair point. Yeah. Always good to know.
Moved by Rich, seconded by Cindy as amended. Roll call. Chris Doughty.
Doughty, aye.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
And Werner, aye. Thank you, Bruce, for your patience, sticking around for us.
Okay, thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to try to cruise through whatever we can cruise through and do this kind of fast. But we have to talk about select board opening up the STM warrant. So placeholder articles. I think we're kind of leaning towards the MBTA and our public use, public safety piece. Do we have to say that we would have 2 different public safety?
Yes. So effectively, I'm just looking for the number of placeholders. And so are we placing, my assumption is we're placing 1 MBTA communities district. And based on the discussion tonight, I would still, as of right now, let's call it municipal uses 1 and municipal uses 2. And then whatever you modify it to, you can modify it. But is that the count that I'm coming up with? 1 MBTA and 2 municipal?
I thought we had 3 municipal, but
3 municipal?
That was just 2. Or
I thought there was like an up by right, a special permit, and a discrete piece of land or sets of.
I wasn't hearing public forums seem to be either by right, overlay district, or never ever. Those are kind of the 3 bins. So I think the overlay and the public safety by right would cover pretty much everyone that was there. Because I think the overlay would probably convince a lot of the never people.
Yeah, I mean, there were only 2 options we talked about, but
that's what we discussed.
So to be safe, Madam Chairperson, should we estimate high and say 1 MBTA and 3 municipal uses?
I think we should do 3 just until we sort out direction on that, just to be safe.
Because we could always just have one that's blank. That's fine. So never mind.
And let's throw in a couple of Mass Ave ones at some point. You're not laughing, Rebecca.
No, I didn't know. Where were you going with that? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I was just saying that's still a priority, isn't it? Mass Ave zoning. I did over the last few days come up with it. I'm not going to put it on the, I wasn't even going to bring it up, but if we're talking about placeholders, I think there's a fairly simple fix we can make to the bylaw to allow temporary stone wall. That's not even the zoning bylaw. I think it's the stone wall and scenic road bylaw to allow a planner to approve a 15-foot opening. I think that's a fairly simple amendment, and I think it's something we should do to clean it up. I think we can have that done in about 3 minutes. So that's just.
We need it bigger in case like someone is on a corner and they would need a bigger turn to like get to a septic or to some other thing.
That's the 10 feet doesn't work. So when Dave.
So 15 would work, but do we need it bigger?
He said they used every inch of that 15 feet.
Okay.
So I think there's a simple, I wrote it up. I think there's a simple amendment. I'm just asking if this board agrees that could be a simple correction placeholder that we could probably cover in about 5 minutes at a town meeting.
I'm good with that. And 20 feet and temporary, because that seemed to be the crux of, since you're going to put it back, who cares?
30 days, right?
Yeah. And I feel like that's easy to.
Saves homeowners money and time.
I had asked Alec to put together or ask places to give us some turning radii. So I was hoping to have that data before we decide on what's the appropriate width.
Make sure it's big enough.
It was 15 feet. They used it. 10 was too small. 15, he used every inch.
It really depends on what machinery you're bringing out there too. I mean, 'cause like, it could be 8 feet wide and it could be, 10, right? Or 12 maybe. So I think it's a little nuanced. I would like to see those turning radii too. I could have one of my magic makers in the office run those fast.
Well, Alex said he was going to do it. Has it not been, the request not been made yet?
He's got a big pile.
There's just no capacity right now between municipal and especially MBTA. We just haven't had time to work on anything else.
Well, I don't mean to dismiss details, but we're letting them kill us. There's a simple request. 10 feet's too small. 15 feet worked. They used every inch of it. Let's just do it. And if somebody wants to go study it and thinks it should be 18, fine, we'll change it. But like, we know that we got a problem at 10 that costs homeowners real money and time.
And what's the cost? They're got to come for a permit. So what's the cost? Doesn't cost them to file it, does it?
But the closing at risk.
Yeah, it puts the whole sale at risk if it's what's the reason you're doing this anyways? Because something's broken. Like if you have a broken septic for a period of time, are you dealing with this because a giant tree fell down and is on your house and the crane needs to remove it, needs to go through the wall to get the, I mean, there can be reasons that where a couple weeks of delay or it could be a significant cost. Or at least not an opportunity cost. So it's
fair. I'm fine with you bringing the language. I think that we also had another outstanding issue about what the public shade tree law was, and that all seemed to be part of the same application. Alec, you were going to look into that and try and help us tighten up that rule. But Rich, if you want to bring language, feel free.
Yep, I will. I'll send it, Alec, to you tomorrow morning. But I think we should have a placeholder for that in case you guys agree. And again, we don't have to solve everything, but there's one thing here. I mean,
yeah, we're going to get something done.
Houses are getting sold.
We're getting a lot done. This is a
short amount of time.
This is a special fall town meeting. I really don't want to complicate it.
Easy putt. This is a 4-foot putt, Cindy.
You say that, but we're talking town meeting. Anything can happen, Rich.
Okay, so we are agreeing to hold that. We've got now 5 placeholders, correct?
Yep, the 5.
Okay. Any other discussion about that? Coming up on 11:30.
I'm good. Dog really needs to pee, so.
Perfect. Okay. Anybody have a stomach for meeting minutes at this point? We've got a pile of them.
Not really.
No.
Okay. Reading through the rest of them, recently received correspondence, planner's report. Is there anything pressing that cannot wait until?
I will talk to you in a week.
Yes, we will be back here in 1 week.
The one piece of correspondence we did get was about hybrid meetings for hearings anyway. And I think that's a fair comment. It came up in the meeting too. We received correspondence and then it came up in the meeting. I think that's something this board needs to discuss. We're probably not going to, I don't recommend we discuss it tonight, but yeah, that's feedback we've gotten, not just these 2 times, but before as well, for public hearings anyway.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's just for personal reasons, I would like to still have the hybrid aspect available. Obviously, I used it today because I needed to be in Concord for an hour and before I could get here. Yeah, so we need to figure out the logistics, but in principle, it makes sense.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Rich, seconded by Chris. Roll call. Discussion. Hearing none. In order I see you, Chris Dowdy.
Hi.
Cindy Markowitz.
Markowitz, aye.
Rich Gazzardi.
Gazzardi, aye.
Werner, aye. Thank you all very, very much. Thanks for putting in the hours today. We needed to get through.
Have a good night, everybody.